What is up? It's time for a doozy of a stream. Mysterious figure, little session to get everybody's blood flowing, followed by my neurotic KH tier lists. I'm making, what the plan is, I'm doing a tier list compilation of sorts, and then factoring them all in. So, like, I'm not just going to be like, oh, KH2 is S tier, and, like, no details behind it. What it's going to be is, so I have, like, 6 tier lists open, right? So, like, as you can see, there's like one here. This one will be the end result. This one's pinned, and then this one it's gonna be like I wrote it down. It's like story, gameplay, specifically like player input, nothing, no other consideration. You know what you can do when you pick up the controller and there's an empty room, right? Sora's side of things, or whatever character you're playing as in whatever game. Bosses. Mob fights, so like any and all considerations of when you're fighting mobs like Heartless, you know, that's kind of an underrated aspect of the games. I think people don't talk about that as much. It's kind of like how FromSoft fans be yapping about fucking boss fights, and they don't care about dungeon crawling anymore, you know? Same with SMT, to be honest. It's gotten to be like that there too. Story. I already said story. What did I miss? I wrote it all down earlier, and now I'm out of order. Let me go back over it again. Fuck. So, like, where did I put this all down? This was like... Okay. Gameplay on the player input side of things, strictly. Mob fights, boss fights, worlds, story, and music. 6 things. I'm going to place all the games into categories of those denominators or whatever, and then I will go through, I'll find some way to average it all out, add it together, and then put it, whatever it ends up being for each game, into this one as like the overall sort of thing. Go watch Day streaming Critical Mix? Is he? Actually? I sure hope he isn't streaming it right now, or else I won't be able to fucking play. Speaking of which, my Steam is just a black screen. That's really cool. Hold on, let me fix that. Thanks, Klebold, I'm assuming. Just did that in my ear. What is up with the fucking... Steam? Fucking thing sucks. You know what's crazy? I found out about... you know what? Let me actually just, like, boot this up in advance just so nobody can... On the Steam family, and by that I mean just pretty much just Day... can snipe it. So I own Kingdom Hearts on Steam. He doesn't. He's been playing all the games because he's in my Steam family now. I should have made him a child and not an adult. That would have been funny. So if he's playing Kingdom Hearts on my copy and I want to like boot up the game, I just have to look at him saying, oh, it's in use. If it were the other way around, it would give me a purchase option so I could have my own copy on my own. But I did figure out that there is a way for me to exclude Kingdom Hearts from the Steam family share. But I'm not gonna pull a plug on his like multiple KH1 playthroughs and plat he's been doing. But it's just crazy that like don't you think that there should be an option to like kick this player off of the copy that they're bumming? Or like wouldn't that also be like, yeah, you're just gonna like fuck up their save file or their progress? No?
No.
Yo, Daynava with the 42 months, thank you. Also, you know what's brutal about it is if you're playing a collection of games, right? So, like, I can't play 2FM if he's playing KH1. Isn't that fucked up? This is 4 games and 2 3-hour FMVs, right? But 4 games, and... You know... Before they gave the bumming player a 30-minute warning to find a save before they get forcefully disconnected. Did they get rid of that feature? I did that to my friend with my Club Penguin membership. Club Penguin, I never played that back in the day. I do remember though, talking shit about one of my neighbor friend, about him having Wizard 101. I was like, bro's playing Wizard 101? Bro, hop on Jedi Academy, you know? Unironically, an exchange we had. CP member, you know exactly what you did with that. It could be worse. You could be playing Chain of Memories and be like, oh, I'm gonna level up my card points, my CP. Fucking games. COD points. Yeah, I'm buying COD points. Why am I listening to music when I hear this fucking dearly beloved? Okay. Birth by Sleeper, the prequel. Terra, we're going in. Let's warm up, get the blood flowing a little bit, get my brain working with a little mysterious figure improv. Klebold has just DM'd me. I don't know why that showed up immediately. I didn't even press on anything. What the fuck? I didn't even press anything. I didn't hear any sounds. I didn't get any notifications. It just appeared. How do you even do that? Just buy the cage. Integral Masterpiece. Well, on like PS4. I have the Integral Masterpiece. It's on fucking Steam. And it's shared. Dana was fucking bumming my copy. But the good thing is he's not on it right now. I'm sure if I genuinely needed to be streaming it and he was on it, he would understand. Or not, and it'd be funnier that way. Imagine it's Cage Monday, right? I'm also not live on YouTube. Let me fix that. Oops. Spoops. Imagine it's Cage Monday, right? And Daynava is just like AFKing on Cage 1, and I use that as an excuse to be like, oh, sorry guys, can't play Kingdom Hearts today. Even though that's a bullshit excuse, because I could just boot up my cracked pre-Steam Epic Cage 1 rando copy or whatever. Okay, start. I decided to only YouTube stream on Cage Mondays. That way I can actually like have a descriptive title of what I'm doing and not have to worry about changing the fucking YouTube stream title every single fucking time I want to do anything else. Alright, let me just list this. Add frequency, high, save, bitch. It's weird, you get to stream on YouTube unlisted until you switch it to public. It's kind of actually very useful for testing new settings. Twitch doesn't have that. It's crazy. But yeah, we up in this. Chat relay's working. Good. Okay, we are now live on YouTube for anybody who that concerns. How's the volume? This seems quieter than normal. Maybe that's my end? I guess I'll find out when I boot it up. Okay, so, these are the true 100%s. I forgot to save Terra after doing Ice Cream Beat, but the idea is that these are these are like 99% minus shit that sucks to have on your character. It's a little quiet. It is, I don't know why. You usually run 4 and 10s on everything, maybe it's just BBS. I wonder, did I change anything? I don't think I did, I don't know. Oh, maybe. I wonder, volume mixer? Maybe last time I played BBS, I lowered it in the mixer. And that is very much what happened. Yeah, okay. There we go. Oh, now it's too loud, but I got you. Hold on. Okay. I also, I don't know if you guys remember, this actually did end up getting archived. I'm going to start recording the pre-stream yap, however long it takes for me to actually start. I'm just going to include that in the VOD because it's funny. I finally figured out what angle I'm supposed to be speaking into this fucking microphone after 4 years of having it. More like 5 years. I just tilted it, and that's way clearer. And, like, yeah. Fucking... You think K4 will be breathed on at Gamescom? Well, I'll be streaming. That's like, what, 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow? I thought it was 8 p.m. Because fucking Germans have CEST, and I look at that and my brain goes, oh, CST. But this shit's at like 1 fucking p.m. The stream's gonna be live at like noon, but it's like 1 hour of Jeff Keighley jerking off before it actually starts, right? You have exactly 600 hours of JK on Steam. It's actually 600.1 last I checked. Let me check. Yeah, 600.1. And that's playtime that has only been tallied up ever since I got it on Steam in 2019. That's not even like... It's not even half of my lifetime playtime on that game. It's probably more like... If I were to take a wild guess on how many hours I have on that game in life, it's probably... at least 10,000 hours, if not more. Genuinely. Somebody defaced your Steam profile? Well, I guess is it you? I think this is something I need to look at before I pull it up on stream. I might need to look at this on... Well, too bad my Steam, I actually... Oh, there we go, I fixed it. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, so, nothing exploded, right, when I just did that? How do we play Borderlands 3 off the same game? I bought it. And so did you. You know, and you know how much I bought that shit for? I bought that shit for like $40 across, like, I bought the base game off sale, plus the DLC off sale on key sites. And I played it for like 2 streams before I realized. So I can't even refund that trash. You wanna finish with David and I? Maybe off stream, honestly. That game, yeah, that's something I would do off stream. Almost done. Why would I even... Then why would I even... I guess I could get, like, boosted in, like, 2 seconds. Why? Maybe. We'll see. If I'm around, I guess. But don't wait up for me, I guess. How's the frame rate smoothness? We were yapping about this the other day, and there was something I meant to check and change. Is this, like, 100%? No... I need the most anal and neurotic chatters to back me up on this. Do you see a single frame skip? Any hitches of any sort, or is this full 60 FPS panning? Is the screen tearing normal? No, it's not. It's not normal. It's not normal at all. Oh, you know what? I just realized this game can actually be 120. I'm just gonna stick it at 60 for today, because who gaffed, but on my end, it's gonna be 120. Let me actually open up my stream preview so I can see. There are some things that... How about now? Let me just get consistent here. How about now? Perfectamundo? It better be. It actually looks pretty good on my end, which is rare because it's like OBS smooth. The monitor that I have this stream computer on has its own built-in hitching that I had to realize was just the monitor and not the capture. It's much better? Okay, good. Yeah. Alright. Obligatory, being anal about the frame rate check has been passed. Now we can, what deck am I using? What is this? Okay, so this fight, should I do a quick Thunder Surge one? Or should I do this with my Thunder Surges for Pussies use things that are fun deck? Actually had an even worse idea. Where's my ice cream? For the Culture Thunder Surge? Yeah, I might as well show off. I feel like there are some people that might not even know. It's actually Fire Surge is better. Fire Surge and Thunder Surge are like almost exactly on par with each other, but when you're playing as... It's actually just straight up better for Aqua, because Aqua gets into like a really bad command style with too much Thunder. And also Aqua Terra get Blade Charge, which is just cooler and more useful. Fire Surge is actually... the reason why people were like, oh, Thunder Surge instead of Fire Surge, because it's virtually the same thing, just a different element against somebody with the same resistances. There's like a slightly different stun. Thunder Surge on enemies will like stun them if they can get hit by the ailment for it. It also goes 1 level higher, which is like 0.02% extra damage or some stupid shit. Like I don't even... Let me at least level those up because they're gonna piss me off, but I think Fire Surge is just straight better. This is also level 99, so this is actually gonna be like... Anything that he kills me with is either a mistake on my end, or literally one of the many unwinnable situations you get put into with this fucking fight. This is my favorite. I should do it. Oh yeah, this is giving me a great idea. I'll do a super boss tier list too, and you're gonna laugh at where you see I put this fucking fight into. That's for sure. Let me just get this out of the way real quick. I have pants that are just like this, by the way, except they're shorts. I should be wearing them right now, actually. Oh well. Actually, literally might, like, change my pants at some point. Just because I just realized. Terra cosplay. I have Thai Fisherman wrap pants. Some are like long full pants and most are short, but they kind of do feel like this when you put them on. Genuinely. I need to get a pair that's this color. I need to do like a adaptation of this fit. I need this shirt. Okay, let's start with this. That's my. I'm starting to get closer to this physique in real life. I need a shirt that's like this. You see his abs and his like intercostals even are visible through this fucking shirt. Terra is goated. He's just the best. Alright, how do I... Oh yeah, right, hold on. I have to, just real quick, there is a... Let me just equip double CP. There's a double CP. See that double CP? Let me just... You know... Double CP. There we go. Alright, easy peasy. No way you could ever pull off the X-shaped suspenders. Have you ever been to a Kingdom Hearts convention? They eat that shit for breakfast. Like cross suspenders? No, I'm not a loser. Well, okay, any convention that will likely have some people in Kingdom Hearts there. Not a specific Kingdom Hearts convention. I certainly have not been to one either, and I don't plan on it, but... yeah, they can't pull it off either. Something, rocks and glass houses. Now I want to do a Terra, I want that shirt in particular, just that kind of exact form-fitting spandex shirt, and, like, work on my core strength, so I can have the Terra abs. I could do that shit easily if I walk in. Do FM console element boosts have a stack cap or no? On any version, it's all the same on any version, but I'm pretty sure element boosts are multiplicative, right? So the more you have, it'll be diminishing returns. Or is that not true? Is it just flat 20, 40, 60? I'm not 100% sure, but you don't need to know too much about that detail-wise. TLDR, if you want to have, like... Yeah, like the strat, especially on level 1, if you want to do giga damage still level 1 with Thunder, you put on Shock Charm Pluses all day long, because they have... Yo, Bill Yacht, thank you for the new tier 1 sub. New sub, thank you. Shock Charm Pluses all have Thunder Boosts on them, and if you have like 4 of them equipped, plus whatever, I don't think you... Thunder Boost, Keyblade, you know, it's still gonna be... It's gonna be extremely strong out. It might be diminishing, but it's still extremely good to stack them, so you might as well. Alright, so let's do a quick one just to, like, you know, the meta strats that I think are for pussies, right? You know, let's get even more meta. Fucking Heal Strike. Let's just go in with, like, the best shit. And I also have some of my personal inventions, like Ice Slide is giga good, as long as you put it in the right... If you put it below slot 5... You know what, actually? I'm going to do that. On purpose.
Able to catch a stream after a hectic first half of the year. Time to chill before I start my senior year of college in a week.
Yo, Emo Child Original with the 7 months, thank you. Yeah, good luck with that shit. I'm gonna put... Okay, so if you put Ice Slide below slot 4, if it's 1, 2, 3, or 4, then it activates MF's Phase 1 Doom script. I'm gonna do that on purpose because I'm using a meta deck. There's a little button check here. Ultimate Cannon sucks. But it's not like any other shot locks are gonna be good here. Fuck it. Why does it do that? Probably because the devs probably realized Ice Slide was too good to allow, but they probably programmed it wrong, kind of like how they programmed half of this game wrong on purpose because they suck and they hate you and me. Something like that, I don't know. Not using Sonic Impact. That's personal preference. It's a good skill. But actually, you know what? Fuck you. Ice Slide is better than Sonic Impact because you can do the same thing with Ice Slide that you can do with Sonic Impact, except Sonic Impact does not... Sonic Impact prevents you from guarding after a slide, which is a very, very, very useful thing to have in this fight, especially if you slide and you notice he's doing your Terra and he does his like shot lock, like aerial rave or whatever attack. You can't guard that if you have Sonic Impact. You can't stop and guard. Let's go. Sonic Impact. It's like so 2019. It's a liability. I wonder, do I have... I don't even know if I have renewal block on, which is kind of good. There we go, the white noise. I fall asleep to this music every night in my head. I'm kidding. I could, though. Yeah, I do have it on. Thanks for seeing it. Alright. Alright, baby mode. Let's go. Oh, great start. I'm gonna piss him off on purpose. I just hate tanking that attack. I would rather just die if he does it at this fucking start of the move. Start of the fight. Mission accomplished? Yeah, he immediately split into 6. That's not when you're supposed to do that attack. There we go. They should mod the PSP vanilla rope back in where it's a nearly unescapable combo. Oh, yeah, there it is. Phase 1 Doom. Oh. I also don't have Aqua on for the emergency second life, but whatever. I love to see 2 of those in a row. It's always fun when he uses that attack after he launches you from anything. It makes it feel like you're fighting against a real person who hates you. That's actually why I kind of like the humanoid boss design in this game, even if it's bullshit. It still feels like it's a fighting game, except it's like the 10-0 matchup. Oh, there they are, and now they're gone. Why do I have Heal Strike on? Explosion is also good for like a meta deck, but Heal Strike is straight up just for bitches. That's what this deck is actually. The bitch made deck. Look at the damage on that. That wasn't even the extensions. Heal Strike is just Cure Surge. It's like 4 moves and 2 of them are surges in the X in the combo sequence. Yeah, I'm doing giga damage. It's a level 99 save right now, so this isn't even like impressive for me. This is just a button check. We're fucking around tonight. I made a mod to make Doom more fair. Kudos, first of all, before I say anything else, kudos for that, but also, this fight, it's not supposed to be fair. I think that kind of, like, it's a nice idea to do for people that want that, but I think that you have to take this fight, no chaser, Malort type shit. You have to, it's just how this is. There's a reason why it's iconic. There's a reason why it's in my top 10 super bosses in the whole series. I'd rather fight this guy for hours on end than Yozora, to be honest. Not because Yozora is bad. That's a great, fun fight, but like once you figured it out once, you know? Keisha and Remind fights, I like to do them once a year tops, if not less than that, because I want to forget as much as possible before going back in again, because once you figured it out, it's just kind of like reading a script for a lot of them. Even the unscripted ones, it's still very much the case. Of like, yeah, here's the strat, and I'll just execute it. He's doing this, press those buttons in the same timing. You gotta play that game like a robot. That's what they want. I desynced him, so I kind of had to just go greedy there. Dude, 3 in a... You know, just kill me. I'm not trying to deal with 3 in a row. This fucking move, dude. You know what? Fuck this deck, too. Let me do the real deck. I'm actually more warmed up for... I'm actually better at doing it the fucking ways I've invented as opposed to this meta shit for pussies. There also might be some things I was wanting to try, maybe? New ideas. Perhaps. I don't remember that. Oh yeah, I was kind of thinking about doing... Let's do an ice cream deck with... Yeah, 2 Brutal Blasts, just because that lets you actually punish the fire raging storm instead of just waiting it out. Let's go, fucking, you know what? Cockbreaker, let's go. Cock and Crunch. Zentai Sukin for swag? Yeah, that's worth replacing a Cure. in my fucked up book. Why not? There, a little Zanny, a little Laurel. Let's get this in the normal place so that doesn't happen again. You get more damage. You get consistent damage off of counterattacks if you're using stun block as opposed to renewal block. Do you know that? Like, if you've ever noticed that you're not doing damage on most of your counterattacks against this guy as Terra, or any character, if you switch it out for, like, stun block specifically, then it goes, actually goes through, like, 90% of the time. Isn't that fucked up? Fucked up? I don't know why I said it like that. Do I only use this Doink Keyblade too? Like, I actually think I don't. I don't, just because if I have ice cream, I don't want to fill the meter too quickly. I want to actually be able to use the combos before I go straight into the finishers, for now. It's a bug apparently? Oh, of course it is. What is in this fucking game? There's so many interactions that are just straight up bogged. Bogged. I wonder if it has something to do with the ailment that's supposed to be proccing. I don't know. Seems plausible. There we go. Let's not forget about Ice Slide. I was yapping, talking shit about that guy for suggesting Sonic Impact. I'll show you the real shit right here. This shit's so good that the devs tried to make it illegal, but then they programmed the failsafe wrong. There's a workaround. I'm not using Better Battle System mod, no. That's fun to fuck with, but no chaser. I do have every combo plus on. That may or may not be a mistake. Dude, Tornado Tuesday. Bitch. Oh, but. Run into this shit, bitch. Oh my god. I was trying to make the meter not. He's literally stalling me out for my meter to run out. And now he's going in, of course. Long combo. Think I wouldn't notice that, bitch? Bitch. Yeah, run into that. I invented that, you know. I haven't started the tier list yet. This is a warm-up. We're getting our blood flowing first. I was like tip distance on that rock breaker. Bitch. Yeah, nice time stop. Moron. Just immediately got clipped out of it. Holy shit, the rare full combo against MF. What the fuck? Who's ever managed to do that? Oh! Okay. Probably should have just guarded, but we're in there. Can never match hard enough for that. Do it, I dare you. Okay. He almost crossed me up, but I was expecting just unblockable tornado just right there. Alright, well. The cool thing is I don't have any genuine survival techs right now. No aqua, no regen. Doom. Here's reason number 3 why this is much better than fucking Sonic Impact. You don't need to do a slide first before doing it. You can just do it low hop into Ice Slide. That's a fucking meteor. Oh, I was about to get annoying. Wait, we're good. Nope. Don't get anywhere near me. My thing's about to run out. We're good. Interesting. I might... Okay. Did that... Ice cream even go off? Alright, double ice cream right now. Nope. Okay. He parried my ice slide with a combo. You can just do that as a thing that can be done. Time for you to cool off! Oh. Don't ever guard him when he's... Ah! Invisible. I need to look at my abilities. Do I have all my treasure magnets on? Do I have too many combo pluses on? What's going on here? Oh, this is, well... You do want these in this game, to be honest. Full everything combos? Yeah, okay. Blood flowing now, that's for sure. Classic. You can't ever do anything in this game ever. Can't press X, can't attack ever. How did that not connect with my guard? Okay. Bitch. It's good to delay that counter attack so he runs into it instead of just not hitting him. Oh boy. Nice. Brutal Blast goated as always, even blocks projectiles. I'm freaky enough to just mash X after getting full comboed and see what happens instead of just like mash Cure or Guard or some pussy shit. Oh my god. I thought I had arrow recovery on. Oh well. Arrow recovery sucks for so many other reasons. The arrow recovery in this game, not only do you only get it in the fucking secret Mirage Arena as like a FM exclusive thing, but also you're just like stuck in the air after using it too. You have to slide out of it. And then you're still stuck in the air. Good start. Okay, you know what, buddy? You really can't continue a shot lock once you hit 1 HP? That's funny. I guess that makes sense. I really spun right on top of him. That's why that didn't work. If you do that perfectly, you can get 2 Brutal Blasts in as he's running around and turn it into an actual consistent punish. It's just you can't do them back to back or in the wrong spot. Yeah, getting hit stunned is what does it. But I think you get Hyper Armor until it brings you down to like second chance once more health, then it pulls you out of it. But I didn't get pulled out of the shock immediately. Oops, that's not the right move. Bitch. Interesting that actually interrupted him and not just like not fucking do anything. Not common that he actually gets interrupted from a combo from a counterattack. Bitch. Yeah, it was definitely worth it. Oh, yeah, whatever. I actually thought I was going to go into Rock Breaker and not just the finisher for that, so that's fine. being stuck in the air forever in K3 doesn't matter too much, but when you're just like in that hell limbo in between being just slightly off the ground and wanting to be on the ground, like fucking Data Shion, anytime you ever get hit once, everything launches you right into limbo height, then that's what is the most annoying about that game's physics. But otherwise, they just like brought all of ground combat to the air because they just could not learn satisfying physics from 1 and 2. They just couldn't figure it out, so they just overhauled the entire fucking concept of the game to just let you do everything in the air almost equally to what you can do on the ground. And that works. It's just like, wow, you guys, you fixed it, wow. Cool. Uh-oh. The committee! I can't even unlock. I wonder why. There we go. Oh! I think I got stunned there because it was like I hit the last dude as he hit me, but then I got pulled out of it instead of getting comboed to death. MGR. I've wanted to play that, but I want to play Metal Gear proper before MGR. Seems cool. Nope. I got parried for that. Somehow. Ooh, interesting, I crossed him up and then he just tracked, kept fucking hitting me. I know I don't need to, I fucking know, but I want the whole context of MGS and Raiden, whatever. You have to play 5 too? Yeah, but okay, that's release order. That's like, I'll play 5 after that, maybe. Who gaff? That looks like it has a lot of merits. Anyway, shut up. MF is talking. I think the only time you can ever get away with him guarding you mid-combo is if you're hitting him in the back, because he has to take time to turn around. I just realized that for like the first time. That's the only time he's never plus on block against you. Fucking rare footage of Payback Fang actually working in my favor. Oh well, he's in phase 2 now. Please don't tornado. I'm just gonna gamble on the guard. Nope! Okay, well that's just as bad. Oh! Somehow he didn't hit me. By just walking into my dumbass. Okay. How did I get hit by that either? Okay. Where's... You know what? I'll just hang out in the air, it's fine. Oh, he's gonna do me from fucking... You know what? Yeah, just like, doom me from orbit. Alright, yeah, that's the first time I've seen that actually happen, unironically. That high. Holy shit, where did that Mega Flare go? Excuse me? Did it just go off screen? I think it did. See ya, Mega Flare. Oh, okay, well. Oh, this is Raps. It's literally all over right here. Unless I get full comboed. It's actually alive? Holy shit, I'm actually fucking alive? Okay. I think he pressed too many fun buttons all at once, and oh my fucking god. Of course. Okay, well I can't get hit by any more of that. Oh! I need to get this fucking double command right now. You get one more Doom that you can get hit by with Turbo. Just one. That's all you benefit from with that. It's fucking hilarious. Megaflare can whiff if he shoots it either up or kind of like through some of these areas. It can just go away. Same with Tornado and some other shit. Projectiles can just go off screen and not do anything. They're awesome. I hate this start. Let's see what I can do. Okay. There we go. I did it a little too soon, so he guarded it. He has like a... MF has like a you can't do too much to him too fast cooldown. He'll either not take damage, he'll stun, he'll run through it, hyper armor, teleport 2 inches to the left so he won't actually get hit by it. So if you do like the brutal blast punish on the firestorm, you have to give it like 2 dashes worth of time before you do the second one, or else he'll nullify it in some creative new way that nobody's ever experienced. Can Wind Cutter do that? Wind Cutter does not have instant... Wind Cutter has a wind-up. Brutal Blast is unique because the first bit of it actually has damage and launch too. Wind Cutter is wind-up and then damage, so it sucks compared to this, even though it's the same animation. Reused animations. Oh boy. Brutal Blast is way better because it has lingering hitboxes and like instant frame 1 activation, like some shine shit. You know? Okay. I have not been... These starts have sucked. I've been getting distracted. I'm not using my ice cream right away to activate. This shit's really good. If I die though, I'm gonna switch to Blade Charge. This one's actually really good though because it has that lingering hitbox when you like just slam the ground. You can still run into it for like half a second after it comes out. So it's actually a really good command. This is Blade Charge is the better finisher for phase 2. I guess I could do 50-50 on both. 1 stack of Rock Breaker, the other stack of Ice Cream for the other one. I don't know. Get my emergency finisher ready to go. That's not when I should have done that. Oh, here's what it's for. Here's what this is for right here. And it maybe helped. It's hard to tell. This fucking game. Okay, well that actually worked out. Oh! '18 classic right there. That's what that is. That guard I just did right there, guy who said Sonic Impact, not using Sonic Impact, lol. You would not be able to do that with Sonic Impact. You would have gotten hit there, by the way. Remind you. Why do I have Zentasuga on this fucking deck? There's no way I'm getting the kill with that. Never say never. Kill me though, I want to put on Blade Charge. Leaving Giga early today. When do you never not? I'm kidding, what's up? See you later, QB. You know what? I'm gonna do my... This is a strat that I invented for making him waste time during invisibility. If you pop mines on the ground, all it does is he jumps over it, and so he nullifies it, but him jumping over it is actions he's not spending, literally putting together unwinnable combinations of moves. Any and all conversations about the PSP influencing this game's dev get nullified by the hand devs actually trying to replicate KH2's game feel with Days encoded. I do remember though when that was a big default argument for people on like Reddit where they're like, oh, the game sucks because it's a PSP, let the devs cook. The game sucks because it's 3DS, let the devs cook. The game sucks because it's a tech demo, let the devs cook. Oh, the games are actually, oh, they were always good, actually. KH3 is fine, too. You know. Shit like that. Dark Impulse. It's a weird one. I don't think so, personally. not that much better than any other deck. When I think about command styles, I really just think about how good their finisher is for iframes and also damaging consistently. Blade Charge is kind of crazy because it just gives you like a flat double damage, I think, off of its hits in the calculation. It gets a little crazy. Could BBS be better if it was remade on console by the same team? What do you think you're looking at right now on screen? This is what you're describing. This is BBS remade on console by the same team. I mean, not remade, remastered, but still, I mean, no. It's not even the same team anymore. It's like a lot of new devs have joined, a lot have left. It can be done. No, I think this game is actually secretly a lot more like recoded than you guys suspect. Not recoded, a recom. Fuck, Freudian slip. This game is actually just straight up chain of memories. Kind of like how Persona 4 is like a ROM hack of Persona 3. This game is a lot like built off the back of recom. Single hit does 1.5x, double is 3, and you get 2 hits of the 3. That's funny. And then they just like made it not strong at all. And speaking of which, I gotta hit this guy with Blade Charge right now. That just pissed me off. And then he's pissing me off even more now because of this attack. If I start this attack, it's all over for this asshole. Yeah, that's what I've been saying for years. If you guys have said this, it's likely because you just got it from me. No, this game is literally just like rechain of memories, but the bosses don't have a card system as a substitute for revenge value or any other meaningful mechanic. They managed to make Recon feel worse than GBA game, not even remotely. I kind of agree, but only because it's just it's a completely different genre of game. But also, GBA com gets overhyped when it comes to like boss fights. I feel like shit to do, especially if it's like a huge Disney boss. Those are just ass. Final boss is extremely finicky on GBA com, but mob fights are just so much fucking fun on the GBA version, just compared to Recom, just outright. Dude, it's fucking Tornado Tuesday, man. Fuck. This guy's stalling. He knows what's about to happen. He's just stalling me out. This fight. There's a secret mechanic to this fight that kind of makes it make a lot more sense. That you guys don't know about, but I've been labbing this one out. The game reads into your duodenum. And the worse of an attitude you have about dealing with what it's presenting, the more he'll turn up the heat. That's how it works. Sorry, I make the rules. See what I mean? Don't tornado! You tornado into the wall, bitch! Stupid bitch! Yeah, jump, you asshole! Yeah, look. Stupid bitch! Oh, he just ran into all that and summoned the dudes. Uh oh. Don't launch me into the air! I should put on aerial recovery because aerial recovery into ice slide would might have given me an edge there. If you get launched during, it's like one of the only things that can really kill you before the clones disappear. Getting launched, all sorts of things will just die. You'll just die. Mine's in the air is a new one for me. Well, yeah, think about it. If you get launched into the air and he's like circling around underneath you, running around your exact location like a fucking piranha, dropping mines while you're in like aerial suspension, right, will kind of give you an edge, potentially. It's, one of the many little things you can do to maybe give yourself an edge in this fight that people don't focus on because they don't gaff like they should. Like, that's justifiable. Nobody should really gaff about this fight unless you're insane like me. The actual mines are in the air? Okay, that I didn't see. I thought they were on the ground, so that just made my strat not work. Another way that this game works by not working. Classic. That was a little sketchy. Bitch. Really? Yeah, and he never takes damage from them. It's all about just making him jump. That's the only purpose. And maybe helps with your meter if you don't want it to expire. Like, here's the situation, right? First of all, they're in the air, which is really cool, so they basically do nothing. I think I have to give it a second. I think if you mash it out of arrow recovery, then the game won't know where to put them, but if you give it a sec for you to start falling, then it'll read how far the ground is underneath you, and then actually do the thing it's supposed to fucking do. I'll try that next time, if I remember. Uh-oh. I was expecting tornado immediately. I counterattacked too early, so I got slammed. Subway slammed. Oh great, he's right outside the radius. Lovely. He just stayed. Oh my fucking god, that couldn't have been worse. It's kind of like an anti-sea bear circle if you think about it. Only works for the pure of heart. See how he ran up to me and then jumped? If I didn't have those mines down, you see what's happening right now? Ring around the rosy. I'm wasting his time. You see this is a perfect strat. This is an amazing fucking strat. Mines, dude. Anti-sea bear circle. Bros. Oh fuck. Also helps with meter, I guess, if he does decide to run into them and not care. Like, why does he even care to jump over them when he doesn't even take damage to most of them, most things anyways, you know? Anti-sea bear circle. Holy, perfectly timed Doom dodge, okay. Uh oh. Composure. Bitch. Also, trying to heal every time you start hearing blinking, that doesn't mean you're dead yet, necessarily. Uh-oh. Oh! The committee! Oh, I thought I would die. Okay. Sea bear circle. Oh, no. Fellas. Wait, no, it's good. It's good that he's actually in my ass right now because that means the other things won't kill me as easily. Oh! Please get staggered by any of these fucking brutal blast attempts. I need to ice slide. Don't forget, you can do that. No! I should have slammed. I only have fucking Stitch on. If I just slammed that as an emergency heal and nothing else, that would have been worth. I'll try and do that if I remember next time. I'm in that situation. I have time to process anything. Now we're getting that tier list. So this is a next good run will be it. We're trying to get the blood flowing. Hold on. After that though, I do need to fucking like stand up for like 2 seconds. 1 sec. Okay. Blood was flowing a little too hard there. After that particular... Let's go. Alright. We're getting that tier list. Okay.
Take that.
Bitch. Making you jump. Pussy. Whoa. Oh, now he's mad. He's mad. He's gonna get... What? No, okay, that was early enough for him not to get pissed. This move, being like one of the best things about being level 99 and having like the extra health or defense or whatever, that move doesn't immediately knock you down to 1 every time, so you can actually look at your health bar, try and fish for a guard. You don't need 4 cures for that at a higher level, which is great. Oh! This is K-Tree right now? K-Tree battle? There we go. Oh, he's mad. He ran through that. I think the mines on the ground fucked up his refractory period. That's what I call it. MF doesn't have revenge value or stuns. He has refractory periods. He goes for as long as he feels like it. And then he gets wrecked again. Almost immediately, but... Oh. Oh, I didn't have 1 HP. Yeah. Really? Fireworks. It'd be interesting to run fireworks. Literally, you see him do that and you just pop. But that's like... That's not worth a slot, but that's interesting. Never thought too much about those types of commands. They're too much of a... They could be good for specific things, but they're too much of a hassle to run and set up when those slots could be more practical. That's neat to know. You also hella punish this guy on him just like running in a lot of times. Which is why the Brutal Blast thing during this works. You just gotta make sure you don't start it right where he fucking spawns, or do it too soon or else he runs through. He did get staggered though there actually, he got launched. But he was too close. I think I have seen people fight this guy in like PSP, PPSSPP modded fucking online. People did that all ago, and I've been meaning to fuck with that one day. Nice iframes on bull ending. Alright. Yeah, set everything up. Roll berry. A lovely time stop after 1 hit. That's something that's allowed to happen. Combo offset. Oh. Shouts to combo offset being a thing in this game where it's like benefit from the least in a hypothetical game with combo offset. Yeah, if you wait on the mine score, then it goes on the ground. If you mash it too quick, it stays in the air because the game's made wrong. Bitch. I need to remember to use all my good-ass tech approaches on this guy all at the same time, like Ice Slide, actual combos, and Brutal Blast punishes. All of that together and he's dead. Oh boy.
Heal. Heal.
Okay. That was risky as hell to continue trying to press X there. No, I actually didn't have 1 HP, we're good. I didn't play this game until PS3, until 2.5. Okay. Mine's probably fucked up his refractory period, unfortunately. I just had time to let my fucking command style go back to normal. That's the most fucked up thing about this game is like the half second of like you're just locked, you can't dodge, but you can still take damage coming out of command style. So fucking stupid. Unbelievable bug that survived all iterations of this game. And there were some bad ones in vanilla from what I experienced. The one stream of it I did on emulator, like mashing commands out of hit stun and they just go on cooldown with nothing happening while you're still in stun. That was the craziest shit I've ever seen in this game. Thank God they got removed. It's already bad enough without that. I think in phase 2 he gets clipped less off Brutal Blast. It's just in neutral like that, unfortunately. But then that's where the mines come into play. Here we go. Oh! I was about to say, did anyone just hear that? And then I realized. The voices. If that happens at the start, I don't even gaff. Oh boy. That's a great time to dodge in. Get pulled up with a whip, and then one of them decides to projectile right at me. Perfect timing. Alright, here we go. Sitting up, both feet planted on the ground for this one right here. I remember how to do that second one, fucking the timing today. Bitch. That's why you delay that, so if he runs in after you guard whatever you're trying to guard, you can actually hit him and stagger him out if he's running instead of getting owned. If you do it too early, he runs in and then starts doing something. Oh, he did the thing? Okay. Oh, that sucks. When that's why you mash Cure for your life during stun of that, because sometimes he spaces out so much that you get hit by like this interactions from KH2. You get hit in the back with stun and it like you don't get any once more action in that situation.
What's up, Sham?
Yo, Chunny, thank you for 52 months. I'm beating this guy so we can earn the tier list stream. Not a second sooner. Awesome. Yeah, I probably deserve that for just pressing X when he's that far away. Now, it's just the worst when he starts with this shit. Most dick deflating move in the whole experience as Terra here. There's really no saving it. That's why I actually like to piss him off on purpose, so that something funny happens at least. Either I die sooner or I don't have to play the fucking Cure Forever minigame. Yeah, that's the problem with that particular move. It's got too much wind up to just slap right away. Best style for that's probably just like critical impact and its derivatives. Bitch. I genuinely like trying to fight this guy with like actual fizz. I feel like I've kind of earned the ability to do that without trying to tear my hair out, just because of like I learned a lot of unique like little things about this fight that make it actually viable. And of course, if you're trying to do this fight with anything that aren't surges, just get that, just under any circumstance, just get your fucking character at 99, spend an evening getting Terra to 99, because who gaff? These are the streets out here. Also, that combo offset's really good there. You like hit him, dodge away, wait for him to run in, hit him with that double beat. Pitch. Oh, whoa, the fucking 1-2 air slide combo. That went hard. And actual damage on that. Bro. Bro. Mitch scooped his ass. Okay. What the hell? Yeah, don't jump. Get back on the ground, bitch. Thank you for the gift sub. Anonymous. Sis. There we go. It's fun time. It's fun time. Oh, that's the worst thing that can happen. In this phase, we're good. That's the best thing that can happen after that happens. Oh, that's the worst thing that could have happened. Not only did I get hit for that, but I didn't fill up the meter. At least I could get away. Well, don't pull me into the fire. Okay. Three AoEs back to back. That's really nice. Okay. Sometimes he just wants to say fuck you on the opportunities where he's not invisible. It's just like 3 AoEs, fucking doom out the ass. Literally everything in the game that you can't punish, and then he goes right back and there's a Mega Flare that just whizzed right past my ear. Normal shit. Thank you, Mines, that just gave me the time to do that right there. Ooh, okay. We got something right here. Lingering bitch. Okay, you know what? It's over. There's no way. Wait. I live? Unless he... Don't knock me into the tornado. Okay. It went away, thank God. Barely strung that together. Okay. Alright. Rude as fuck, but I can roll with that. Long combo. Get out of there, Terra. Over the mines. I thought I had my finisher. What the hell? I didn't. Oh! Are you shitting me? What did you hit me with after that? Vertical Mega Flare? Okay, this is the one right here. How did I not get my meter? Did it do the thing where it just rolled over into another Brutal Blast because of the game's That Sucks design? Okay. I put on turbo because Steam. We're in the Steam years, being able to pop Steam input on my shit. So if he's gonna hit me with Doom like so many times in a row that it's literally unmashable, I might as well. It gives you like 1 or 2 extra chances to live when you get hit by that bullshit. And also it's just better on the fucking hands. Oh my fucking god. Just kill me. I don't know, I said that like SpongeBob. Oh my fucking god. Squidward? What the fuck did you do? Squidward? No, he wouldn't be saying that to Squidward. He'd be saying that to Patrick. Like, the only time SpongeBob ever really has to lock in for somebody doing shit that's stupider than him is for Patrick. SpongeBob doesn't crash out enough. He used to crash out genuinely in like the earlier seasons and shit. He doesn't do that anymore because of something. Kill me. It's because his story ended. Was he just on like New Game Plus now? Fire wheel? Nope. No way. Oh damn, a successful copy paste? I guess in this context it works because I'm not trying to perceive y'all right now. Congratulations, a copy paste where I didn't see the first time for once. I guess in that case you earned it. Anyways, that shitty question. Bro, see the shit he does? I swing at him and he just like teleports 2 inches to the left and starts aura farm walking. This game is unbelievable. Bro, will you just... Okay, make your move. And why are you ought to do that? That's the refractory period I was talking about. Okay, this'll do. Whoa, don't just stare at me now. Okay. Risk works. Risk on! Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, that's something that can happen. Just you and me. Where is he? Can't do this with Sonic Impact, by the way. Big fan of how... whatever. Big fan of how I'm fucking dead because nothing can be done. Yeah. Remember? Remember? I remember. And it sucks. The only time I don't mind having this happen is when I'm in the command style. When you're just hitting with normal combos because you haven't like gotten anything rolling yet, that's when I want to like rip my something funny. Bitch. Like, this has just enough distance, so he'll just, like, run into it and kind of get clipped and scooped. Fuck you, MF, I'm not playing by your rules. Freak out, go stupid, go crazy with those stupid fucking... Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch. Oh, the jumping committee! So... Okay, how did I escape that? It must be because I was against the wall. Please don't stun. Okay. I wouldn't be pissed if it's stunned for no reason there. Why is everybody focused on one message? It's because we're ravenous in this chat. You have to be an elite kid to survive here. Holy reactions on that. That was like 1 frame away from death. Okay, you know what? Well, the good thing is I'm alive because of that choice, a decision. Alright. Oh my god. Fire wheel. That's like a Dark Souls message. Try fire but wheel. Hold up. Might be cooking right here. Of course, you would combo right after I heal. Here we go. Remember that Sonic Impact guy? The guy I brought up like 4 times? I'm thinking about him right now. Oh! Get on my ass. I dare you. Oh my god. Oh, dude. Let me roll for it. Ah! I thought I would have time to get away from that even if that happened. What? I don't know why that was like a jump scare for me. Fuck. I was pre-mashing slide in the event that that would happen. I literally like called it like a fucking calling a corner shot and pool for the 8-ball, even though you're playing a variant where you don't even have to call shot. I called that shit anyways, and I was like, yep, that's why you did. That was one of those situations where I felt that the risk was worth, because how long is he gonna be fucking visible for? But it's not like I need him to be visible for me to kill him. I think I was more so just pissed that the blade charge finisher did not kill. Because that was the intention there when I set that all up in orbit, right? Hold on, kill me. This attempt is finished. Alright, here we go. This is it right here. Save roll berry for phase 2, I think. Okay, it was kind of fucked up there. I had to use like one of each of my ice cream. I was hoping they would give me the finisher. I could use that as like a kill button, but I didn't. So I was just kind of dead in the water at that point. I just had to be patient, but I don't ever kill this guy in a patient and measured way. It's gotta be dramatic. Otherwise, what's the point? Bitch. I got parried in the air by him. What? He renewal blocked my ice slide and then he parried whatever. Backshot tornado, you shouldn't be able to do that. Oh great. We're good. Just okay, I wasn't even go for the punch there. Now I can. Never mind. Sonic Impact is good, it's just kind of a... Ice Slide's better. It's more optimized. As long as you don't get Phase 1 Doom scripts if you put it in the wrong space in the deck. Alright, that worked. I had a feeling that was long combo. You can kind of tell the difference between short and long combo from a distance based on how he's running at you with it. Oh, that's not cure! Give me my cure, bitch! Okay. Fucking ravenous tonight, dude. Holy shit. Give me a fucking break. How about you give me that next? Give me my tea, bitch! That shit good! Now, can I fucking... Can I breathe? Can I do that next? Can I have some oxygen in my veins? In my brain? Okay. Oh. I usually try to guard that, but whatever. I'm in a dire situation right now. Oh. That getting hit by that is just the worst thing that you can experience, I think. Oh, that almost worked out. Usually that gets parried at the end there. Now can I fucking... I still have not recovered from... I'm still kind of in a continuous chain of being fucked right now. Okay. Okay. Not a single hit? That's when he decides to... Okay. Clap -2 ice creams, I guess. I don't think he gets staggered by that in the open in this phase. Stop doing that. Land. Oh! Oh, nice. It comboed. Bitch. Yeah, try running at me one more time, bitch. No, wait. I have to... Yeah, there was literally no... There wasn't an option there. That's the kind of death where I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. That was actually out of my hands. First thought was like... Shot lock, but he's invisible, so it can't be done. That wasn't too good of a run. I spent half of that in panic mode. MF smells that shit. MF smells bitch-made users of this game. You know that. You know this. Boy, you know this. Boy, you got this. Really talking. He smells fear. And he smells KH2 players. That's what this guy smells KH2 players. He smells KH2 players that expect every game to be like KH2, even though the reality of the situation is Final Fantasy 13 destroyed this franchise in a tangential development way. And Crystal Tools. He smells people that are resisting the way things are. That's not me. How'd I whip that? I'll take that. Notice I didn't say anything about the game. I said it destroyed the company and their ability to do things for like 10 years because of how they made it and that engine that was made for it, and nothing else but that game works well on it. That's the, all the defensive Final Fantasy 13 fans just woke up. Yeah, wow, yeah, here they are. Yeah. Now Square Enix wanted to just like make their own Unreal Engine, make money forever for free for no reason, and they like whiffed so fucking hard, and they don't even use their own engine because it sucks. They fucked up KH3. They took devs from KH2 and disseminated them into Final Fantasy 13 Blender. They resurrected some shit-ass devs that made like 2 other games, called them Osaka Team, and then like made them shit out these games instead because they were like, yeah, Kingdom Hearts no more. I was like, yeah, fuck Kingdom Hearts. Noctis is all I love. And he's still on that. He's still on that. Have you seen KH4? He's still on that. And it's gonna be cool, I hope. I thought 15 was a unique engine that didn't work. I think you think wrong. Well, actually, what engine is that on? Is that a game where they're like, yeah, fuck this engine, let's do Unreal? Or is that just like the last stretch of like Crystal Tools or Luminous or whatever? Wait, what's Crystal Tools and if Luminous is what they were also using? Did they make Luminous with that? I don't know, I should know. They have 2 shitty engines? The Luminous Tools is still Luminous. Luminous was... Was that the damage control engine? Okay. What the fuck did the old Kingdom Hearts games run? What's this running? Like Kingdom Hearts engine? Unnamed SE, okay, so just the Kingdom Hearts engine, alright. It was the same one until 0.2. That's when Unreal and all that. This engine's always been solid. As solid as the devs decide to make the games, at least. Alright, everybody shut up. MF is on screen. Yeah, that is true. BBS and Crisis Core shared like some graphics system or whatever. Some shit. I just parried him. Did you see that? He got parried for once. I knocked him off his high horse, literally. And now here he goes again. He's real mad about that. Okay. It's like every like near win will just like debuff your brain for like 5 attempts. Alright. That's accidental combo input. I just got hit from that.
Take that.
At least I moved him so I wouldn't get hit there, and then I got hit there instead. Oh, that's fine. I'm not 1 HP. Couldn't they have at least made it so like one hit won't cause this? It's like 2 at minimum? Come on, man. What were they thinking? Could ask that about everything about this game, but you know, whatever. Might have used that there. Oh well. I'm just be a good little boy from Tetsuya Nomura and just like get hit by this the whole way through and then heal right here. I healed too late actually. If you heal on the previous pass, then you can recover before he does. I need to stream more Tony Hawk. It's been a while since I did. I need to make Tony Hawk content on YouTube more so than anything. Tech tutorial, rethought, type shit. Oh, that's just the greatest thing you can fall into. That's really cool. Okay, we're good. We're good. Is that all of them? Yeah, those mines are still up there. Bitch. Oh, okay. At least it's not phase 2 yet. Alright, now do tornado. Okay. That was big damage for the phase 2 push. I should have sat on this. Oh well. I did not need to heal there. That was a mistake. Wasn't even blinking. That was risky, but whatever, it paid off. Guard! Bitch! Ooh. That's quite a way to guard unlocked Doom, that's for sure, right there. This is actually very merciful invis right now. Minus that Doom. There, okay, well, you see how I said he listens? I swear. Alright, action time. Action is coming. Please get hit by some of this. He healed more of it than he got hurt by it. That's cool. Don't. Now we're good. I didn't kill either of them. That's really cool. That almost was a failed block. Like too early type shit. Why did I do that from distance? Make a floor on the ground. I swear he's programmed to do AoEs back to back more so than anything else. Alright, shut up. MF is speaking. Those are punches I'm supposed to be hitting right now, not guarding. Oh, at least like getting rid of the tornado. If the tornado got hit by that, then it would have been death, most likely. Long combo after that's good. Short combo. Uh-oh. He's gonna cross me up on the last hit. I was pressing cure out of slide. Okay, this is it right here. That should chain. That's weird that it didn't. The thing that's fucked up about Meteor is that it's actually hard to hear in the middle of everything. Mega Flare, it's obvious that you're gonna see it and there's no way you're gonna slide it, but Meteor you can reasonably do it, but not when everything else is happening. Truth nuke. Hold on me. Oh. You might be reading too much into the personal life of somebody that doesn't stream regularly. I think that's what that is. I mean, he's like dark on Twitter in general. Probably just ended his stream. I don't know. Normal shit.
Heal. Heal.
2 hours, by the way. Actually, more like an hour and 37. Minus the startup time. We're earning this shit. Okay. I'm right here. No more fucking around. I've been holding back the whole time. Check this out. I got hit by that. What the hell? Nice. I love iframes. Okay. Interesting. Stood there the second I press attack is immediately full combo. No wind up. Knew it. That's why I didn't do it. I'm surprised I was in range for that. Oh. He looked at me in a funny way. I knew he wasn't gonna do tornado that time. Going a little suspiciously well right now. Oh, okay, well, that's a great start. Oh, and he does that move and doesn't run in. Okay. Interesting sequence right now. Thunder Surges for bitches. Write that down. Don't ever forget it. It's always... It's never one fucking meteor. It's always two. Always. My meter. That's not brutal blast. That's okay. That means okay. Interesting.
You're done.
It's fine. That's the best thing you could have done. You know what? Bitch! Just press the fucking X button, man. Just kill him. Just fucking... Dead angle him. I'm not even facing him. Get fucked. Just like how he hits me all the fucking time. Do you see how many near semi like on purpose swag finishes I was going for there? Fucking okay. Tier list time. We fucking earned it. Oh my god, what a that took a while. I'm rusty at this, to be fair. It's been a hot minute since I did one of these. Ooh. Never change, MF. Never get modded. Never fuck you. Yeah, it's time for the real content. I do need a minute though to piss after all that, so let me get all this shit ready. And I will explain the methodology for how I'm going to be doing this when I get back. Alright, give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. So, here's how this is going to work. These are the games. You know, the games. I have like 6 tabs of this open and a 7th tab for after all of them are done. Oh, this is the penis music remix. There we go. Okay, so This is based on... I'm doing 6 tier lists of each category of like the games, and then at the end I'm averaging all of the results of them up into one final one, so I can be a bit more meticulous about where they end up. So what I had in mind was gameplay, specifically about like the player end of things in terms of like how it feels to play as Sora or whatever, and like what are you what you are doing. Mob fights, so like just fighting Heartless, not bosses, just like mobs, boss fights, and whether or not they are humanoid or beast. That's actually part of like the amount of humanoid, like normal fights that are in a game is part of the ranking, just naturally. So if it's like base KH3 and it's like one humanoid boss before the duo fights and all that bullshit, like Davy Jones, he doesn't even count because he has annoying bullshit like that. It gets pegged deeply because of that. Deeply in the ranking, right? Worlds, so KH2 getting pegged for that one immediately. Story, we already know where that's going, and then music. Davy Jones is human shaped. Well, that's very astute. It's a very astute observation that neglects everything else about how that fight plays out, and the tentacle everywhere phase of the fight, and also the random teleporting and counterattacks, and how he has like 8 more health bars than Aqua. Anyways, worthless contributions to the conversation aside, let's start with gameplay. Just Sora side, how it feels to play the game, swing your Keyblade, do anything, right? Let's start with, also this tier list includes fucking 1.5 and 2.5. I'm not gonna allocate any of those because who gaff. I guess you could consider these the final mix, like not only final mix, but specifically HD versions, how any changes have been made, I guess. But I'm not, for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to consider them all as one. Any particular differences between like PS2 FM versus PS3, PS4 doesn't matter to me. I'll just factor it all in. I might explain some of it if there are any fringe points, but I'm not gonna waste any time with those. Or the mobile game, that's not getting included. I don't care. Melody Memories not getting included. Fucking VCast is on here. Who gaff? Not even gonna bother with the fake Kingdom Hearts games, right? All right, let's start with like game feel. This might take me a minute to decide KH1, KH2. I mean, obviously both could just easily be slapped into S, but I feel like I want to be a bit more frugal about what gets into S, so that I can kind of more accurately, because I don't want to do like, oh, this one I'll put it to the top of left, and this one will be like bottom right. I gotta factor it in a more meticulous way. Yo, I believe you think of the 30 months. Because the way that I want this to work, and I still haven't actually figured out how this works like mathematically, is I want to average them all out, and I don't know how to. You guys will have to help me with that. Because like if KH2 is in like S in 3 categories, like B and maybe even C in 1, like how do I like mathematically consider that all? I think it's obvious. I should actually have like some kind of text on screen that shows what. Yeah, hold on. Something that expresses what category we are on at the moment. Gameplay, right? Make it real subtle and out of the way. And you know what? Even better. Okay, so gameplay, right? So yeah, KH2. I'm hesitating here because I'm thinking like it would be something like this, but I kind of want to have width between, like I almost want to not include 2 games in the same tier, if that makes sense. Kind of wish there was like, I guess I can actually customize this and make it like double S, triple S. Each tier gives points, 2, 3. That's actually a great way of going about it. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, that works. And then we'll have to just figure out how it ends in the end. Yeah, you know what? Actually, in that case, then 2 in the same. Okay, good contribution. So yeah, no, Kingdom Hearts game feel 1 and 2. You literally can't. You can go back and forth on which one is better. I'm not going to. I'm considering these on par with each other right here. It's not like, okay, choose better, so it's on the left, you know? I guess this could get even more in-depth, though, if you factor in, like, magic. You know, what kind of options you have in the gameplay. I might even make an extra tier list for tools. Tools that the player has as part of, like, a secondary gameplay niche. This is about game feel, how it feels to do things. Yeah, I'll do an extra one then for that. Options, you know, utilities, drives, magics, shit like that, and like the quality of the magics. What would you call that? Just utility? Things that aren't just like the basic combo system. What would you call that? Utility? I'll call it util. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, okay, game feel, game feel. Days, game feel. Yeah, how about actually progression? Let's consider. Let's not only consider what you get, but also when you get it, because days. Days actually has enough stuff in that game. If you're on like endgame 100%, you can actually build it into a way where it does feel good. It's just that doesn't matter when you're playing through the game on a fresh save, and you have to run magic build for 75% of the game, or else you're doing chip damage with the shit like Wild Gear, where it's like, oh yeah, only like swing 300 times, it does like no damage, and it's just the same shitty combo over and over and over again, right? Magic in that game, not only does it also feel like shit to use magic, but it's also just abnormally stronger than everything else, because you got like freeze into fire combos, fucking, you know, shit like that. You do that until the game finally coughs up enough to do like a crit build with Twilight Blaze and like Kingdom Key Plus or whatever, you know? Or you do like normal length combos that actually have crits that do insane damage on top of having like limits and shit. I think DDD gets A for game feel because of how good the movement feels. I think the movement feels like shit. FOMO is, obviously, it's the most the Kingdom Hearts game has ever allowed you to move, and that's already gonna shit on a lot of KH2 in the way that you just walk for most of the game until they finally let you get final form and you have to level it up. But flow motion is this very linear. It's like oxymoronic because the way flow motion works is it's so linear. Best example is like when you do like the slide and then you go too far and then you stop, and Sword is like, oh, let me like stop, spin, you're still floating, and then you get let down. Everything about the movement in flow motion doesn't flow. It's very linear, and the only way you chain it is just like constant wall kicks. Start, stop. And yeah, there's a learning curve to get around that more, but it's still like, why doesn't it just flow? You know, it's very linear still. It doesn't feel like shit, let me just preface that. But, that's only just one. Shit like, you know, movement, comboing, it's all going into one tier here. So let's just say, like, it definitely has... I would say it has better game feel than BBS, except for the fact that all the combat that you do in that game is so neutered by, like, what you use, you know? Like, BBS, I think it feels better to play than DDD, even though it's objectively worse feeling, because of, like, floatiness feels worse in that game. That game expects you to... It's, like, made like a normal Kingdom Hearts game, and then DDD was like, okay, yeah, we fucking suck at this, so let's make some other bullshit that is so abstracted from the actual Kingdom Hearts core of gameplay. It's, like, the most stoned it's ever been before they were forced to rein it in KH3. Hitting enemy, BBS feels like you're hitting an enemy, especially if you're in a command style. BBS game feel in command styles, it's like that entire mechanic is cribbed straight from Dark Mode in Recom. rate recom on movement. Recom is the funniest game to factor in because that's where it all begins. The game, you get KH1 Sora movement moveset, and then you can just like feel one-to-one how much worse it is, where you cannot cancel the landing animation by jumping. You have to wait for the landing animation to recover before you jump, which is like, that's just blasphemy. If anybody fucking... That's just not how the landing's supposed to work, you know? The landing is supposed to cancel your animation or whatever you were doing as you're landing, and then you cancel the landing by jumping back out of it. You're not supposed to be stuck in hell when you land in any game ever. Imagine if that was in Melee, right? Imagine if in Melee you land on the ground after doing an attack that you're also falling. Another thing that all the rest of these games can't even comprehend is the concept of falling while doing anything in the air, right? And that's where it begins in Recon. You literally can just one-to-one compare it to KH1, and it's like, wow, everything sucks. I want to say that KH1 is better game feel than KH2, though. Because KH2, you know, it's kind of hard to... after all these years of randomizer and starting with whatever the fuck you want and getting final form in 2 minutes, and like... it's kind of hard to remember that as you go through the actual normal fucking game, you're not gonna have... I just like... I'm imagining a hypothetical chatter that was pissed that this was cut off like this, and now it's finally fixed. KH2, you don't have that fun shit for most of the game, and by the time you get all of it, it's really just like Data's where the arena's small, and it's like just Terra where you actually benefit from having all your growths maxed. You can just kind of like... Yeah, like, you have to go out of your way to get, like, Quick Run, and it's like, wow, great, I've got Quick Run level 2. And then that feels like a relief, but at the same time, it's like, you go so much of the game without having the fun shit.
Breaking news, Splien, Wilty _ Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4,
Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Freewave 3 in Cinnamon, entering Walmart, Weasley 123 SPF 15, Wilty _ Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4, Freewave 3 in Cinnamon, entering Walmart, Weasley Juice 123.
I was afraid he was about to start saying the next one, too. Yo, try and Buster Rush, thank you for 4 months. Yeah, I almost think that KH1 has better game feel. Because I'm not just like, I'm not thinking about this in a vacuum, right? I'm being extremely neurotic about this. This is just one of 7 other tier lists that are going to be factored into one final score, right? And coming at this from the perspective of a cage vet or a normie, I'm trying to factor in both. Because obviously I've been playing, I'm a veteran of these games, but also I know it's good to not have that blind spot. I've been really trying to develop that, not having a blind spot for shit that people don't know about, like that fucking YouTube short that was going around where everybody's like, oh, KH2 has magic safety in it. And like all these years, I'm thinking to myself, like, well, you guys didn't know that? You didn't look through the menus? Because I'm like a freak that, like, when I was like 13 playing KH2 properly for the first time, I looked through the menus. I was like, oh, look, you can do MP safety, you can fucking... If you go through the config, you can make it so that holding R2 lets you cycle the fucking command deck with the stick and like change that from some other behavior. So I have like a blind spot for KH normie sort of levels of information about the game, so it's harder for me to make content where I'm like, oh, that's some shit that people actually don't know about, you know, and shit like that. So I've been training that, and this is good practice for that. I almost want to put KH2 down in A tier just because of how much of its great game feel is backloaded into the game and not relevant to main progression. That's kind of a problem that most KH games have, but in Kingdom Hearts 1, really the only thing that you're getting gate kept from is like high jump, which is halfway into the game, and then glide, super glide. Super glide's right at the end, which sucks, but also KH1 gives you so much more reason to get good use out of stuff that you get right at the end, you know? Because KH2, in terms of like doing that whole RPG brained prep so that you have all the fun things that you want, it feels a lot more incentivized in KH1 when you have like, you still have Hades Cup to do, fucking Hades Cup solo, time trial, you have Kurt Ziza, you have all that shit, right? It feels more like an RPG in that sense where endgame isn't just a matter of, like, in KH2, it's more like, well, there's the Paradox Cup, but literally nobody cares because it's just Magnet Thunder. And all that shit. KH1, the fact that KH1 doesn't have Magnet and instead has Stop, so like if you actually want to get a good crowd control and you have to earn that shit, and the fact that it also has land canceling as a thing makes it feel better to me than like any other game. in the series, to be honest, is because it's like, it's throughout the whole game that you benefit from the game feel. It's KH2 where it's like too much of it is backloaded for it to really be some breakthrough shit, as much as the game owns. It would be S tier if you got your shit way earlier. That's the reasoning behind this. So, let's, without further ado, get to the other ones. BBS. As much as so much of it feels like shit and it's like the penultimate game for shitting in your mouth because of how it is, it's also satisfying, especially when you're playing as Terra. There's a lot that's satisfying about this game. Even if you like, especially if you don't care, if you're completely unscrupulous, Magnet Thunder, that's some cookie clicker brain shit. That's satisfying, but in the rest of the game field, this is where the problems are, and they add up so much that it completely defines the way you play the game. Shit you can't get away with, getting stuck in the air. Days is worse because even though it has like actual kind of like air physics and interactions and shit, it's just like crunched down, yeah, critical impact type shit. It's crunched down to a DS. There's a lot of latency even when you emulate it. You know, fucking, especially all the things that make the game feel better are extremely backloaded, if not completely in the end of fucking mission mode replays, you know, that are scaled to like 4 players. Like even the hastes. Recoded game feel. It's hard to say because it has a lot of the same faults as Days with the whole DS, but I think it goes into B because you know. B I would consider a good in-between of like getting dragged down by the DS, but also having the sauce. Like you all know, Recode has the sauce. It's not an uncommon opinion anymore as much as people like to engagement farm the fact that it is. Recoded, it's that game. Muscle Strike. Judgment Triad, it's never felt better. It's just, it can't be an A because it's on the DS. Days. No, this is not Days. This is a Dream Drop. I can't put it on the same tier as BBS, but you know what? We're widening this out. There's a whole nother letter down here. I'm not afraid to use it. Dream Drop Distance. It's funny because I was saying this earlier, but it's objectively more smoothened out on some of the same things that BBS lets you do. Like specifically, you can use Faraga Burst in midair. You can't do that in BBS. You get stabled to the ground, fast followed. But so much of that is less valuable because of the way the whole rest of that game is made. It feels extremely loose, unrewarding, disconnected. All the keyblades are half the reason for this. They're all doink toy keyblades that make balloon noises, some actual clown fiesta bullshit, right? Hypothetically, it should be better, but in practice, it's not. It's just not. D for Dream Drop Distance. It's literally in the fucking name. D. D. Bitch. This is the icon for... there's no 0.2 icon, is there? No, it's just... Okay, this will have to be the stand-in for 0.2, this 2.8, because whoever made this most popular tier list is not up on their shit. So this will have to do for 0.2. This is a crazy one, because for as much as it is so stiff, it's like more like BBS than it is KH3 when it comes to stiffness on physics and combos, and especially critical mode when you don't even have combo master for some psychotic reason. Stiff. But here's the difference. Grand Magic is actually good because it's not on an RNG spam it to increase the odds system. It's on a, you filled an arrow with it, you earned it, and you get to use it, and it's never gonna be some Fyra, some like, it's not gonna start off being like Thundara, then Thundaga, then you get the real one. It's always the real one. Thundaja. It's different. And it's consistent. It's just a better system. And especially you're playing this shit on launch PS4, that shit fucking drops the frame rate down to 10 FPS while you're all iframed, so it's like, okay. And another crazy thing is that the stiffness of this game makes Zodiac, Phantom Aqua are more interesting data fight to me than most of KH3 data org. Does anybody else agree with that? And that fight's also way less scripted, just outright. You know, it's more like a traditional KH fight where, like, they're in a phase and they can use this move, or that move. You know, there are some fights in KH3 that do that, but so much of KH3's data are just like the script, follow the script, do the same. You died 6 minutes into the fight, okay, redo the 6 minutes again. And, like, all you can really do is maximize on, like, secret punishes or, like, critical counter, and that helps. But the fact that in 0.2, after Zodiac Aqua breaks out, you know, she hits her RV and you dodge the retaliation, then you're sitting there thinking, like, oh, what's she gonna do? And then she spawns in and does, like, the red, like the ha, and then you start running. You're like, okay, I'm gonna go for the parry, right? I'd say they're on par in quality, but I like Zodiac Aqua and 3 Data Org. Okay, so this conversation has not progressed in the slightest, but 0.2, I have to give it, you know, it makes sense to give it a BBS tier. You know, actually, genuinely, this is kind of, this might be a stretch. You think this is a stretch? Because of the aforementioned reasons that really carry it in its weaker department of just like the physics being BBS tier, but then they expect you to do KH3 scaled interactions. It's just such a satisfying game in ways that KH3 has like the same mechanic, but worse because of progression and changes to the system. It definitely does it more for me than BBS, that's for sure. I think B. This is also kind of all relative, to be honest. It, like, let's put aside the numbers, because this is all just like, this is getting 5 points, 4 points, 3 points, 2 points, 1 point, and, or is it more like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Yeah, 1 point for F, I guess. Yeah, think about it more in that way, because this is just one of like 6 other tier lists that are about to be done. I'll maybe try going through those a bit faster now that the system's worked out, but KH3, saving the best for last. Also, I didn't do Recom, actually, hold on. Recom. This game gets a huge pass, despite it being the first Osaka shit blunder, because the card system really does. I think the card system is half the reason why BBS is like that in the first place, is because I think that a lot of the ways that they made things stiff and floaty were measures to make your cards that you spend more guaranteed to actually have value. Because, like, say you're Sora, you know how that game is like really slidey as fuck when you do like the kind of the basic thrust, you slide halfway across the fucking instance, right? That's one of the ways that the combat is tweaked to accommodate the card system. And also imagine, Recom, if you could land cancel your swing as easily as KH1, but it's a fucking consumable that you're spending, right? Your deck. I think that a lot of what they did, Recom is actually so much more of a polished game. It's very polished compared to BBS. So it's not even like Osaka just can't make games properly. BBS is the outlier because sources say it was originally going to be a PS2 game. It's also got 3 fucking characters that all kind of like share some of that use generic animations to share a lot of the same commands. Like some of the more awkward ones like Transcendence. Yeah, BBS was just an extremely... That was their first time doing something original, and they were just like leaning too hard on Recom while also slapping it together. It was DDD where they kind of got to only have to worry about 2 characters and that sort of thing. So Recom feels really good, especially like when I really got into it my first time around and like second playthrough and shit. I was like, oh, let me like set up all these swag finishers. This game is like the most accommodating for setting up swag finishers because of the card system, you know. And within the realm that they want you to play within the card system, floatiness gets exonerated more. So I'm putting this in B tier. B tier has turned out to be an interesting tier for me because this is the tier that's the most personal on where I'm ranking things because of like dopamine. These games you can really dopamine farm to cover their weaknesses. Right? Melody memories. I'll just toss these in the don't care just so they're out of the way. Is this GBA com? I don't know if I want to factor in GBA com into all this. It feels just like too much of a forgotten product. And it almost feels like for everything that GBA com does better, Recom also does something better than GBA com. Yeah, let's keep it to just 3D real games and no like factoring in 1.5 differences or whatever the fuck. KH3. KH3 does feel good to play on a basic level that the series hadn't done in a while. Right? It has the basics, and the basics really only got to shine when Remind came out and we got to actually do actual data fights. The only problem is that, like, for as good as comboing might feel, it's extremely automated, and once you get the fucking boss into the loop, you just press X, close your eyes, and don't have to worry about too much. Best feeling air slide? Oh yeah, and I even have a tech where you slide uphill and you can chain it. Yeah, it's got a decent feel. The only problem is that it's still a very linear game. Linear in its movement and not like the difference between aerial dodge and even KH3 air slide, it's still very linear and it's afraid of having things flow into each other like KH2 did in its endgame. That's just something that these devs have never figured out. Cancel combo finishers. Oh yeah, they had to fucking bring that back, but yeah, that helps. I don't know if it necessarily feels good, but it helps, and also Keyblade transformations can't do it. Keyblade transformations still can't do cancels, right? Full motion is like almost completely irrelevant in this game because you have to mash like fucking crazy to do the limited version of it. Like even the timing window is neutered. They just like did not want to put it in the game, but they put it in the game just for like the DDD head so it would scream otherwise. And then of course there's like the air step. Press the button, it'll like give you the fucking buzzsaw, whatever. Gimmick problem. I'm gonna put this in B just because like B, it's like totally passable. It faults. Its game feel gets faulted in other departments that I'll be covering, but I'll put it in B just for like the basics. It does have the worst replayability in the series, yeah. Maybe that should be another tier. I'm kind of adding more and more tiers, but okay, yeah. Here's gameplay. Gameplay is done, right? What tab is this? This is not... Okay, hold on, let me unpin this. This was meant to be the final tab. This one will be the final tab. No, so this is the gameplay. This one, let's get into like mob fight design as a follow-up for gameplay, right? Feels like the next natural thing to do. I'll get into more superficial stuff like story and music. Superficial, well, you know. Right, mob fights. Form changes can be canceled. The only thing that can be canceled is the finisher. Oh, okay, yeah, so the one and only thing that you actually really want to cancel, that's cool. You make a tier above everything named what the list is called. Oh, that's a good idea. That way I want to... Okay. I didn't even think about adding... I'll just, like, put it in the bottom, in the don't care tab, because, like... Might as well. I wasn't gonna use that anyways. Okay, so... That way I don't have to do this. This is gonna get annoying to have to do between everything I did. Okay. Cool. That actually does help. Alright. Mob fights, right? So... I'm thinking, let's get the best out of the way. I'm thinking about, like, my favorite shit to do. It has to be KH2. With KH1 in A. Well, actually, when I'm putting KH2 right in S, as, like, above KH1, I'm thinking about, Core No Bodies 3. Just straight up. It's like the super boss of mob fights, and it's cool that this game even has that in the first place. I really like KH1 mob fights too. It feels like the most that the game really gets to flex its RPG. options and like your party members and whatnot, but just what you get to do as Sora in Cage 2 in endgame, even if that is kind of deferred towards the back half of the game, which I was kind of docking the other games for. Cage 2 mob fights, it kind of feels like it's strong all throughout, right? Even with Magnet, right? Kind of, especially with Magnet, to be honest, right? It still is like balanced in a way where it's not just like win button, you know? Oh yeah, and then Drive Form is just the best for... Yeah. No, just like straight up, it's just the most fun, especially when you get to... Final Form lets you play the game with Cage 2 magic as if it were Cage 1 because you get... The spells stop being floaty on purpose. You know? So like in the realm of mob fights, Cage 2 takes the cake because almost entirely because of Drive Form's limits. It has tech like a Magnet Major Drive to get all your fucking drive back, you know? In Cage 2, I want to fight every mob fight, whereas in Cage 1, I find myself running through things more. I feel the exact opposite about it, but that's more so because if I'm doing like a low-level crit run in Cage 2, I'm doing that on purpose so that I'm like, not level 1, but near level 1 damage. If not outright level 1 damage, but with like, abilities and shit. It's like I want to prevent myself from getting strong Magnet World goof. Yeah, there's just so much. Cage 1 also really cool. Like I specifically like that it doesn't have Magnet and you have to use Stop instead. But yeah, Cage 2 takes the cake on it. Let's just do one big thing here. Cage 3 mob fights can kiss my ass. I almost put it in F as well. I might put that even lower. Remind is B. No, Remind mob fights are like exactly the same. Let's be real. That one fucking fight where it's like, oh, you have to kill the shadow. No, that's not. That's not it. That did not exonerate Cage 3 mob fight design. That one specific fight. It didn't do shit. It didn't do shit for anyone. Especially because if you're going into Remind, you're likely on a save file that's already been prepped for dealing with all that. Yeah. It ain't it. And it also forces you to deal with, like, nobodies in the mix, which is, like... That fight is even more of an opportunity for the player to just, like, okay, let me just string my nukes back to back. Right. String every form of nuke back to back that I can. And you know what's crazy about Cage 3? I had a thought. Okay, so, in Cage 2, you know how bad it feels when you come out of anti-form, and then you see that your drive is 0? You know how bad that feeling is? Even if there are ways to, like, get all your drive back, either drive recovery or, like, Magnet Major Drive. Imagine, Cage 3 is a game where, on every retry of a boss, or even your first try of it, assuming you didn't have forms going into it, that game is like starting off with 0 drive on every single fucking retry. Could you imagine how bad Cage 2 would be if you had to build up your drive every time you use options? That's what Cage 3 does with situation commands. There's so much cope I've seen over the years where it's like, oh, but I actually like having to build it up as the fight goes on. How about you go fuck yourself and have fun? You know, like, have you ever imagined yourself having fun where you, like, you got to stock the meter throughout the world visit and then use it on the boss, and if you die, you still have it on your retry? Have you ever considered yourself having fun and not like, oh, here's a justification for why this shit that sucks is actually, it works out? No. Have you ever imagined yourself having fun? You get them really quick. It's still a chore, even if you're maxing it with, like, triple cure converter and item spam, it's still a fucking chore. And when I made the Cage 3 experience, I hacked the game so that my summons menu and magic menu would have forms in them. So if I'm going for a specific, like, set of footage, I would just activate it right away. It made the game like 2 tiers higher. It's crazy. Especially like the whole tech of item canceling. That's cool that that exists, but it's also, it can only be as good as the form activation criteria is in that game, and it sucks. You start every fight, as is for Cage 2, 0 drive, 0 bar, you have to build it up. It sucks so bad for that. Like, they invented that whole system just to accommodate how it wasn't BBS for arbitrary reasons instead of just, like, doing the normal fucking thing that's fun and worked in the Cage 2 style successor to Cage 2. I need to do a modded personalized run where it just, like, works differently. So fucked. Mob fights,
Yo.
Yo, poverty. Thank you for 39 months. For some reason, I can't even imagine what a mob fight in Days. Yeah, always special, pretty much. In Tony Hawk, I can't imagine what a mob fight in Days looks like. Oddly enough, even though I played that game like twice and once on stream. What the fuck are mob fights in that game like? Bad. It's bad. You're the same person. Bad. Annoying. It's fucked. I feel like I can't like give it a proper tier because I don't even remember. And that doesn't mean. I guess that doesn't bode well for it if I can't even fucking remember it after like 2 full playthroughs of the game once. I'm gonna pull up like one of my own fucking streams of this game real quick and just look at it real quick. Hold on. Let's go. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's make it like the final stream, whatever missions were being perceived at this time, right? It's healed by Blizzard? What about fire? Oh, no shot. Okay. Time for a limit. That killed me. I have defense cut. God damn it. Look at how miserable I sound. I don't want to run out of my auto life this early. Where are the mob fights? This is maybe too late into the game for this. Time for some limits. Hit me. Yeah, also this. Oh yeah, hit me. Hit me so I can use the good shit, right? Bad system. I've always disliked
Nice
the limit system. Even as boosted as it is, right? The keyword sucks for that fight. Are you sure? This is the crit build I was gassing up as like it finally helps the game towards the end of the game. Give me the damage. Alright, where are the crits at? Where are the crits at? Get owned. Get owned. Why did I think that would do damage to him? Did I just heal him? Whatever. I'm an idiot. What the fuck are mob fights like in this game, man? Just focusing more on the combo. The combo is actually good because it's short. You get 3 hits and you can roll for crits. On the, you see that? Yeah. It's actually 2 hits, but the finisher is 2 hits in itself, so it's actually a 2-hit combo. So it's really nice, consistent for this game where too much will whiff. Look at the damage. This is actually satisfying to look at, just because. But it's like the literal last stretch of the game where you actually get to pop off of the crit build. This is the mob fight, bro. This is one dude. Glide in this game is better than fucking BBS, dude. What the hell? He's not wrong. I can actually turn with it mid-fight. Random day 4, right? Bro's pissing, of course. Good. Astral Chain's okay. I've heard very conflicting things about Astral Chain, and also whatever that new fucking multiplayer game that they're making looks like shit. Talking shit about Platinum. With my current build. Where the hell is the mob fights combat? Where does this game even have any mob fights at all? Fuck. Okay, well this kind of counts. It's weird. It's like as you play this game more and more, your expectations get so lowered that when some stuff starts to push through for your dopamine, you start to accept lesser more. Like enjoying freeze into fire, like 5 health bars of damage. At least I'll give this. Okay, yeah, I think it's actually better than Cage 3 because you're at least strategizing and doing things on purpose and not just like realizing how much of what you're doing is just stringing nukes together, where you get like a full screen's worth of distance to do a shot lock. You're disengaging yourself to get the most out of a mechanic, and then like you charge up a fucking Keyblade transformation and it's like, okay, well, let me press triangle and like, drink. Sora's doing some shit, drink. I remember reflecting, even during my first playthrough where I was still in like the first playthrough bliss of just glazing that game that finally came out. I remember I was like, okay, well, these are the goofy fucking limit is nice. I can just like press triangle and take a sip of my monster, right? But in this game, even if it is what it is, you're still kind of like, yo, Jackie, at least if you're playing on purpose, like, yeah, here we go, right? What is this build? This is the magic build I was telling about. At least they're easy. Yeah, frame pacing is a weird concept to describe, but it basically makes it so that 30 FPS. Shut up about frame pacing, bro. Fuck. Years and years I've been yapping to myself in my own head about this shit, and now I have to listen to myself literally. Yeah, this is better. This is better mob combat than Cage 3 because there's
just throwing like 2 fires.
it does compensate.
I'm dead.
It compensates a bit by having like kind of RPG-ish mechanics where like this game has like 13 weaknesses and they are all relevant. You know, sleeper builds and kill mobs and stuffer. It maybe here's the thing about this game: the format of this game would kick ass if it literally just like had Cage 2 game feel, just like 1-to-1. The concept of like clock into missions that all different objectives, almost like a roguelike in a way, would kick absolute ass. It's just held back by being on the DS, and also progression could be a bit more lenient. But when I look at that, I feel like it is almost on the same tier as Cage 3, if not slightly higher. I don't know. It's just apples to oranges. We'll just slap them in the same tier so that people don't explode. Did this browser just crash? Oh, thank God. Okay. We've had to remake it all. Alright, let's get off of that tangent. Right, mob fight design. BBS mob fights. This is a weird one because it really is all Magnet Thunder, isn't it? Past a certain point. Like it's almost like the mob fights don't even exist in this one, huh? Or Mega Flare. In a way, it almost feels like it's better than the alternatives because at least if it's gonna feel like such shit, at least it's so easy to do, right? Or Time Splicer. Bro, you are dedicating 2 slots of your command deck for a command that takes like 30 seconds to regenerate when it could just be Magnet Thunder that comes back in like 5 seconds and will do more in a faster time. If you're gonna have any 2-slotter that has a long cooldown, it's gotta be Mega Flare. It's weird. It's almost like I want to rank this higher because it's at least easy and perhaps even satisfying. Time Splicer's raw. I also want to put this higher. Yeah, and you know what? I'm putting it higher just because of the roundabout reasoning of at least it doesn't give you any trouble. You know, at least the game knows what it is and is balanced in a cookie clicker way. I'd rather play a game that stays in its lane when it has so much bullshit going on than play games that are attempting to kind of break through but also make you do inane bullshit that sucks. Like, shot locks. Even though they're from this game, you don't even need them in this game on mobs. You need them in Cage 3 though. As long as DDD gets F for the mob fights, I'll agree with the rest of the list. DDD, definitely, especially the higher you go in difficulty, it scales up how horny the mobs are. Especially with like getting ailmented and shit. I'm trying to think the experience of doing mobs in that game. It's kind of weird. It's kind of in between Cage 3 and BBS in terms of like ease and balance. It's weird. I guess that's another consideration that justifies BBS being higher than these than this one fucking game is how you can actually kind of break the game with melding in a way that's fun and rewards you for your time, or even literally steal Magnet from Blockbuster, the command board, just so that it registers in your inventory, just so you can buy it a world early. Shit like that. That's more valuable to me than full screen away from the enemy's shot lock. Okay, now let me like spam spells that'll raise my situation meter, so I can immediately get into a form and then immediately press the finisher on it, because the devs, they actually did this to 0.2 in the PC version as well, where you don't need to refill the meter a second time in the form to get the finisher. They just made it so, bam, you could just press the nuke button. It actually sucks ass that it's like that, because like any and all justification for the situation meter gatekeeping getting into a form is gone once you also are just allowed to press the nuke button, you know? Such a bad decision that they also retroactively put into 0.2 on like the PC port. Because like Phantom Zodiac Aqua, you know, Spellweaver's really strong, especially even on level 50, like minimum level crit when you're in that fight. The finisher for that will do like almost half a health bar. I remember having to get the finisher of Spellweaver on PC, might be a Steam thing. I'm pretty sure it's like that on both versions, because this was a post-Cage 3 port of the game. They went back and they changed minor things, including that. I think when I first played it on PC, I didn't think about it until the most recent time. I was like, huh, that's whack. You used to have to earn that shit, and when you're doing Phantom Zodiac Aqua, you had to know how to do Spellweaver combos, where it's like, don't do the finisher. Spellweaver in 0.2 is the closest they ever got to having a form that played like Limit Form. Like, straight up. Because, like, the strat was, let me just pull up the fucking video, because, like, this is actually so sick, and KH3 has nearly none of this particular kind of balance in it, besides you are able to do KH2 Final Form Faraga, except even more unscrupulously, you know? This. So this is a combo labbed out 7 years ago, fucking year 1, 0.2, September 17, 2017, right? This combo. KH3 doesn't have anything this techy, and half the reason is because the physics are better, ironically, and Combo Master is actually given to you on crit. But, like, the lack of those things comes together really nicely in this video. Actually, I don't think it subtracts RV. That may have been misinformation I spread for years, but maybe it does. I actually don't remember. But it's like, you gotta do the combo in this kind of order, or else, like, one of the hits will whiff, or it'll break the combo. And you also, you don't do the finisher, and you also hold the stick so that Aqua cancels the animation of that hit sooner, so that you can actually string the combo together. It's like that kind of shit. Oh yeah, and guard canceling too. You have to guard cancel to actually get a proper opening in this fight. If you counterattack, she just breaks out immediately. You get, like, no damage for a whole opening. KH3 does not have anything like this in it, and this is so limit form coded from KH2. It's crazy that this is an accident. I also notice how you actually had to get the fucking Spellweaver, you know? You actually had to earn the finisher. Maybe it's a little buff. I just realized that one combo was, like, got it into phase 2. Also, this DM was, like, groundbreaking at the time. It's kind of like the average KH3 DM is a bit more complex than that, but it's still, there's something about it still, I don't know. Oh yeah, no, that is why that combo went for so long, is because it was subtracting the RV. And then the individual, like, non-finisher hits of Spellweaver are actually, like, so little. If you do the finisher, that's like half or a third of the fucking RV, like, right away. Or, like, she breaks out, like, right away after that. It's just like Zenitsuken, you know? But yeah, you see what I mean on that front. It's like, where's I going with that, actually? How did that all start? That was like, we're in the mob fights category. I guess I was talking about days. And now BBS something. Yeah, DDD. I was gonna think about that. That's like the weird in between of KH3 and BBS in terms of ease of clearing mobs. I'm gonna think about it, because, like, well, the worst thing that can happen in this game is getting this game has the most amount of ailments that the player will get hit by, right? You know what's weird about Dream Drop Distance is that of all the KH games, it's the one where that has, like, the least amount of mob fights that are mandatory. And also the one that punishes you the hardest for not doing them. KH3 below BBS when calling the cops. Yeah, they're gonna arrive at your house and say, yeah, you know, he's kind of right, because, the police officers will be saying this, so it's like, oh yeah, you know, he's kind of right, because, like, at least BBS knows what it is, and it's satisfying and easy to just do the mob fights and have them not be a problem, another problem in the game. KH3, you just, like, have to deal with it in the most annoying ways that game has always options be, you know? That's what the cops are gonna say at your door, and then they're gonna arrest you for wasting their time. Yeah, DDD also has, like, the biggest rooms that you get owned by. It's like DDD, yeah, you know, DDD, it's like the way that this game is like a trap, especially for KH2 players. Chinese finger trap, right? You skip all the enemies and the mobs because they suck, and then by the time you get to the next world, the battle level goes so sharply in between areas that it's like, well, the game's now unplayable. So not only is it like mandatory, but then there's also like, yeah, not only is it fucking mandatory, but it's also like ass to do. Worse than the series. Let's just put that just outright. I think we can all agree on that. Recoded mobs. I think it has to be B just because the DS is holding back. Like, I know I have my video, you know, that I put out. Hold on, I need to... I have the perfect video to kind of look at that game. It's like the best of that game, right? See, like this video, and I even clarified it in the comments, is that like I was using save states and I altered my stats so I wouldn't be so buff on this level, like 99 save file, so that I could actually get meaty long combos. So like I had very fake stats, which may or not be possible to manipulate to this degree just with the chip system, to be honest. This actually might be replicatable, but it's kind of like that Tails shit where it's like, oh, this game is so good, but you're using the ability where you do 1 fucking damage per hit, so you can actually combo instead of delete them in 2 seconds. And yeah, the spawn radius, they despawn too easy, but even if you're not going for specific fucking DMC flashy combos, it's still just fun to laser dudes with normal things, right? And extremely satisfying too, because of how close to the metal this game is with your dopamine levels. This game is like a hyper mode, especially because you just get 3 hastes naturally through the main story progression very quickly too. I think I have to put this in A. It's just... yeah, it's going in A. I just remember the specific category is mob fights and like no other game feel consideration, right? More or less. It's almost KH2 tier, to be honest, in some ways. It's the absolute best of how this command deck system could be, just outright. It's actually insane how these devs one-upped fucking Osaka, their own fucking system, and they learned nothing from it in DDD. In fact, they just got worse when it came to satisfying buttons that you press. You ever fight Roxas? Multiple times and on stream. Here's a real question. Here's a valuable question that you should start asking your favorite other cage streamers. Have you ever fought Data Bug Riku and Recoded? Because I haven't. No, I have actually. I got a manipulated save file so that I had access to it. That's the real one. No, Recoded objectively is the best at its gameplay of the handheld game. It's just outright, even despite its flaws of being a DS game and limitations of like spawn radius and shit. It's just too good. Like if this game had like a proper console version where it was everything about this game but like without the limitations, it would potentially shit on 1 and 2 so hard as well. Like it's actually this and Days could. It's because those games were actually fucking meant to be like those games, like these fucking the devs, right? I like to call them just to piss people off in the discourse, and I encourage you guys to do this too if you just want to make people mad, right? Whatever you get out of that, that's your business. But if you want to really piss people off, technically, because of woke, we're past the term Osaka team. We're encouraged now to call them the Kingdom Hearts team. You know, at this point, we call them on these streets on this channel. We call them the Hokkaido team. They're contracted devs. They're like Vicarious Visions making various versions of Tony Hawk on like bite-sized handhelds and old gen versions, right? But You know, whenever Square's ever given them a booty call for like Kingdom Hearts and then fucking Neo World Ends With You, they've performed. And I've been hoping for the entire time I've been streaming that they'll come back and do something in HD, just like remake their own games, because even on like a fucking 256 like megabyte or however big the DS cartridges are, they did their absolute fucking best to replicate things about Kingdom Hearts 2, like air slide into glide, giving you that sort of like that running start to the physics of gliding, right? Osaka Team didn't even try to do that at any point in their fucking career. They didn't try that. They just like made, here's a version of air slide that's slightly less shitty than last time, but it still has the same inherent issue, right? Where it's just full speed and then stop speed, full speed, stop, full linear. They never even tried. These devs, first attempt, they did their absolute best with Days, and it's still alright. You know, it would be even better if the progression in that game was more lenient. Like, it could potentially feel like recoded if they gave you the hastes as part of the main story and not like in fucking mission mode, right? But still, on the first attempt, they tried their absolute fucking best. Oh, I just remembered something. Remember how I used to talk shit, how I talked shit about block jump? That shit was misinformation. My dumbass didn't even properly proc block jump in that video when I talked shit about it. Let me show you if I can find it. I wonder, is it the Will JV2 video with this? But I think it'd be more like this. Also level 1, I'm proud, which is interesting. I don't know if it was this upload that had use of this skill, but I'll look around. No, I think it was a different uploader. I think it was also like a semi-recent one. We'll see. Why are you, Axel? Oh, this might be interesting. Wait, this is on Melon Mix. I actually haven't really perceived much of Melon Mix. Hold up. Hold on, this is Melon Mix. I need to play this. What is this link? File HUD removed. Oh, that. Whoa, I've never seen this. Chad Roxas. This is like the Chad Roxas official art where he's just like older, inexplicably. Man, that one looks cool. I gotta hop on this. I've been waiting for both versions to be done of like both games, but that's not it. There was one upload where somebody was actually using block jump. I think it may have been this actually. Did I comment on it? No. I think it was this. I do remember. Yeah, I remember this combo setup. Watch. That's block jump. Do you see how fucking cool and useful that is? And you're getting momentum when you spring back and you can control the fucking angle. That's block jump. Block jump. I'm so sorry, block jump. I was not familiar with the game or even how to fucking input you. Look at the use of it here, right? Stationary glide too, by the way. Not even in 3. I think this game gets a bad rap because even fucking assholes like me making informative videos still get things wrong about it. Right? I want to make a ROM hack for this game that like takes everything that you get in mission mode and integrates it into the main story in a way that's balanced. It would make the game almost recoded tier immediately, by the way. Nobody has done fucking ROM hacks for days as far as I need to learn how. You could change the whole game, raise it like 2 tiers, almost onto recoded tier if you just changed. I can help. Genuine? I want to, if I ever do, I don't want to replay Days because it's just so droll, even in Melon Mix. I want to like make something for it and then play like a ROM hack of it in Melon Mix, like my own sort of rebalance. Because, like, 358 over 2 days. Mission mode rewards. Chatting. You can chat. A new feature added in mission mode is the ability to chat with other players. Huh. That'd be funny. I never knew. But where's I need the list of rewards. Where are the rewards? The Reddit checklist. Where's does anybody have a list of the rewards you get for mission mode, specifically that are locked into mission mode, right? Oh, that's cool. This wiki copy-pastes it from the other wiki. Literally plagiarized. That's funny. Where are the fucking rewards, man? This is why nobody fucking... Here we go. Mission crown. This better be it. Here we are, right? This. Let's lock it on this on the right here, right? Slot releaser. Valor gear. I remember I actually did a little bit of on my stream playthrough. This actually did enough of mission mode to get an extra haste, and it was a pain in the ass, and it was an early one, I believe. I put it in stream chat. I could have put it in this chat. Let me see if this is different. Basically the same thing. But thanks. Oh, it was just an image. Yeah. Slot release, right? What the fuck is a slot releaser, anyways? Unlocks 1 additional slot. Oh, okay. I forgot the game. You gotta do it one at a time with like all the shit you get. Haste, yeah, just makes you run. It makes you move faster, which is fucking awesome. Incredibly nice, especially on like the strangely scaled up worlds of days. You just don't get. Like, you only get one. I don't even know if you get a single one actually from just main story progression without any optional stuff. Level doubler, level quadru. Yeah, you get like more levels. Whatever the fuck, slide dash, power you. What's Crimson Blood? 8 strength, 30 defense. Ability Grand Slam. What the fuck are abilities in this game? Oh, it's like higher crit rate at low health. Red tier stone with a crit rate. Interesting. Premium orb. Material. Ultimate gear. Interesting. These for doing main story. Let me see the difference because I thought there was more. This list doesn't look like the one I was familiar with when I saw Haste. Yeah, this challenge sigil. Yeah, these. Do you even have to do any of these when you go through the game? Where do you even do challenge sigils? It's like, yeah, there's like 2 fucking currencies that like the list, when you go through the list of them, it looks like the list of like rewards you get from your fucking elementary school strings teacher when you're logging in all the practice hours for the week. You know? I should think you know, but yeah, here's a fucking glide. This is just glide outright. This is one of the ways you fucking get it. How the fuck? No, you just glide 3. What's glide 5? What the fuck is the difference? Oh, it's 5 units you can link it to, huh? Right, I forgot. That's how this works. Yeah, so like haste, right? This was already a pain in the ass to go out of your way for, right? Casual gear. Is this that thing that turns into like a pizza? Yeah. You get spells. Haste? Yeah, look. All the haste in this game are in this fucking menu, and this is the first one you get. Haste with 3 links. Haste level up. Haste level up even further. Fucking 200 points, right? Haste just does not exist, I don't think, if you don't fucking get it from this. Yeah, all the hastes are in the fucking challenge sigil menu, and even just getting 10 is a pain in the ass going out of your way, right? Fuck. Imagine just put all these in the base game. That alone would do so much for the game. The rage gear. Yeah, like unique keyblades and shit. Like, do that, like, put the crit gear stuff that you get sooner in the game for just nicer combos. You can do so much just by changing a reward system. Ultima is an ability, not a keyblade. If the user has a base 85, it'll raise it to 100. It's interesting. It's actually cool that it's like that, so that you can, like, Ultima buff any gear that you want, because they're so different from each other. Also, how about that? How about the fact that the only games that ever experimented with different keyblades having different movesets are the fucking shitty DS games? Can you explain that to me? Why is that not a thing in any other game, except for, don't even say Cage 3 when you're in a form, you know? Like, what the hell? Like, one of the coolest ideas. Basically the only thing you could do to make keyblades differentiate each other in feel after Cage 2 kind of like made every keyblade feel almost the same, other than the ability that they have and maybe the sounds that they make. Cage 1 is like the only game where they really do feel different from each other with the same moveset, but past Cage 2 you have to do like different movesets, and they just never did. I thought Cage 3 was going to be like that. People started just as like, when Keyblade Transformation news came out, people were like, oh, it's going to be like Bloodborne Trick Weapons, and I thought it was just going to be like that, but they weren't. But yeah, Days. That was a very big tangent, but I think it all started with me talking about how, I don't even know. Mob fights, right? Mob fights in 0.2 is a really funny thing to think about, because when you're like leveling, doing that game normally, it's really satisfying to hit him with Jaws, but when you're doing fucking level 50 Zodiac, the pre-boss rush with the mob fights in there, it really exposes how rank that game is for that. But that's mostly superficial, I guess, because it's just like a lot of higher level enemies against like an artificially lower level player. So it's hard to really judge it on that merit, because it just is fun bonking mob fights with thunders, but it's too basic and too short of a game for me to really consider it better than like anything else, you know? It kind of, in my brain, it gets slapped into BBS tier. I'm not going to think too much about it. Other than I would rather hit some Thunder Jaws in 0.2 than do most of the mob fights in Cage 3. Just outright. It might just be a me thing though, but at the end of the day, fuck you. I think with the rankings I'm giving to Rechain Memories, I'm also going to factor in GBA Com just as part of the same thing. Because I feel like I was saying earlier, I feel like the weaknesses of one are the strengths of the other and vice versa. Mob fights in Chain of Memories are really fun, to be honest, especially when you're, they are kinda, it's actually very much like BBS, where if you just like make a deck of just like nukes, you can just do that. In fact, so probably plenty of save files that had this, but I used to run 2 decks and shit in like BBS Recom. That started in Recom, where my normal deck was called Namaste, and my blow up all the encounters for free deck was called Jihad. Right, and that's just nice. If the game is going to be like this and they let you set up a deck that... It's especially if it's like... This deck will work on blowing up mobs, but then it won't be super good for bosses. It does kind of factor in where, okay, I want half the deck to be that, and then the other half of the deck I'll actually use against the boss that shows up at the end of this Mirage Arena, right? So, Read Chain of Memories, it feels like a bit of a better version of... A bit more balanced version of BBS. I'll put that in B. That whole concept, the whole deck-based concept, it feels when you have to do it through cards, it's a bit better. And especially when you're Dark Riku, or Riku just in general, you kind of have to fight for your fucking life. It's a shame that Castle Oblivion is literally just 4 rooms. If you had to actually fight through Castle Oblivion, it would have been really cool having to do shit like get in dark mode, do some duels against enemies. That's like the only time duels ever work are against shitter mobs. And fucking mash out some dark auras. It would have been cool if they actually made you fight through that area instead of just being a literal like walk to the finish line against Neo Shadows and shit. And like in Sora's route, you like get all the cards you need for Trinity, and you like slam a Trinity together. You almost died, but you like slam the Trinity because you have 80 HP, you know. And then you just like, all right, okay, I hope it kills all the Neo Shadows so they don't go underground. Basically, what I think about when I'm adding up the merits of these games is like how much you kind of get into the process, right? And how memorable that can be, as opposed to being like a chore, like this fucking game, you know, occasionally. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah, that's another one done. We're making great progress, by the way. 2 hours to beat MF and an hour to get through 2 of like the 7 tier lists that are all going to be mathematically combined to this. Okay, great. Maybe I'll try speeding up just a little bit. Okay, what's next, right? Let me scroll up in my... Okay. Boss fights. Yeah, I think this is where I'll be able to start kind of going a bit quicker because it's going to be less convoluted. Just like the story. So... what was this one again? This was, boss fights. And it doesn't matter if they're humanoid or beasts. The amount of humanoid bosses the game has also determines how good the boss fights are across the whole game. Let's just start KH1 as B because it has so many shitters in it. It has really good highlights, but it has too many shitters. B might even be a little generous for it, to be honest. 358 over 2 days is Z tier. You know, actually, I don't think I agree. I think the last time I played that game, I was playing it, and I was like an adult, and I was thinking to myself, like, okay, here's how I actually deal with this instead of just hoping it's something else, you know? Instead of just wishing it worked differently and, like, throwing my head against the wall. I actually kind of, like, played into it, and I was like, oh, and this is how you do that. I don't know, though. It's kind of hard for me to just say that on a snap judgment without it being, like, 4 years since I played that game last. But I remember a lot of it being a bit more clever than I thought it was the first time around. You know, playing it as an adult, with an adult mindset. It's hard to think. I'm like trying to go through every fucking boss in the game in my head. Too much super armor. KH3 has high highs, but also has low lows. I want to hear what you define as a KH3 high. Not even talking shit, I'm just so curious. What is a high by KH3 standards compared to the rest of the series, too? For now, let's just put Days bosses in... Let's just put it in D, just because if I can't fucking remember them, then they can't, as a baseline, they can't even be, like, decent, you know? If I don't remember them, Yozora. Well, okay, yeah, sure, but... This is the part where it's like, oh yeah, the highs of the game is basically just all of Remind... Data Dark Riku. That is the highest high of that game, maybe even more so than Yozora to me. That's my brother's favorite super boss when he went through all of them. And when I was watching him, I was like, oh, he's gonna hate this one. But then it actually worked out better for him, because that fight, you actually got to improv, and it made me realize, like, why aren't the rest of the fights like this? I think that the data fights being the way that they are now, where most of them are this, like, script-heavy knowledge check bullshit, that's the way that... like Souls games, that's the reason why we say roll slop and parry slop, is because they force you to do this minimum amount of time to then drill the fights like a robot, and then that is like rewarding for people that can't kind of like interact with the game on a more deeper and intuitive level. That's the patch for the expanded audience of gamers, where it's like, okay, well, just learn the script, watch the YouTube video, and then do it. You know, now, like, in the old days, especially Data Dark Riku is a really good, analog for this, is that it's very much like, oh, he's just gonna do some shit, and you have to react to it and do it. That's why FF14 is really easy, too. Yeah, and it's just literally, like, these knowledge checks where you just, like, go down the list and do the things, and people feel... like, oh, I did the really hard thing, but at the end of the day, it's like, well, now it's time for you to go to the Kingdom Hearts Reconnect event in, like, Dallas or whatever, put on a blindfold and, like, make everybody in the world think you're really fucking good because you're playing a game that's easy enough to be beaten with a blindfold. Even if it's hard to do with a blindfold, it's still possible. It shouldn't be possible, right? It shouldn't be possible, I think. The fact that you could do Yozora with a blindfold, I don't think some things like that should even really be possible. You should have to use your fucking eyes to react to things and play accordingly. I'm not even talking shit about any particular content creators in general. I'm just talking shit about the game being able to accommodate that, and the concept of it being sick. I don't think it's that sick, you know? But there's me and my extremeness. This song sucks. Why isn't that still my playlist? That's more like it. Yeah, back to boss fights. Cage 3 boss fights. I would only slightly prefer them over Days. Only slightly. At most, they can just kind of be easy face roll experiences. At worst, they can be big ordeals and really annoying. And then also, like, the good boss fights, the ones you're actually looking forward to. Yeah, Marshmallow is actually the highlight of that game. Speaking of some high highs, right? Marshmallow, in my book, is a high high. That fight is actually well made. That fight is extremely well made. It has its own unique fire, weakness, stun gimmick. It has a well-made armor phase. It actually is like one of the only times in the base game that wrist dodge is a well-utilized mechanic, because you slide under his feet in a way that visually looks like it makes sense, and he's armored up when you do the wrist dodge, so it like is intuitive that he would be stronger to then break your guard. And stagger endurance actually works well in that fight and is intuitive in like that one fight, right? Stagger endurance against something like Skull is where that shit does not like really kick in, because there's just so much happening in that fight that you can't even think about shit like stagger endurance when you're just fighting for your life. There's like actual doo-doo on your screen in your eyes, right? C is too low, but okay. Right, there's like doo-doo in your eyes, stun like ailment, you get stunned, there's like ads everywhere, right? San Francisco boss. Speaking of San Francisco boss, remember how the final boss of that world is a gimmick? Remember how... Okay. Did anybody else here in like 2015 download fucking Periscope so you could watch whoever the fuck was like IRL at the event where they showed off the concept art for San Fran and revealed that world with that picture that people were celebrating a few days ago? I remember I was desperate enough to watch the fucking Periscope stream, IRL stream of that bullshit. And remember, nowadays, whenever you play that game, it's like the worst part of every game, and level 1 crit especially is extremely unbearable. It's really cool. That's why I just dropped that down a tier. Not out of spite, but because you just made me remember some of the worst shit that I was completely glossing over. And don't even, like, if you even, like, play Cage 3, like, if you dare to do unleveled crit, and by that I mean, like, not grinding or manipulating the world order, I've gotten a lot of a better experience out of Cage 3 in my most, like, recent playthroughs of that game by fiending EXP as many places as possible, like, immediately slamming the EXP boost food, going to fucking Frozen first before Monstropolis just to roll around on the ball and get, like, 5 levels just from doing Osaka Ball bullshit. Just getting, like, a higher baseline of experience makes that game a lot smoother and a bit more satisfying. But it still feels like something... Maybe this is the Cage 2 brain player in my head still, where, like, ever since Cage 2, the games have to accommodate skipping all the mob fights, because Cage 1 gave you boss EXP, and you didn't have to grind optional EXP to have a baseline good experience. Cage 2 built in its own baseline good experience on its third iteration, Final Mix, got, like, a good level 1, you know, baseline damage 4 in every world that is, like, enough for it to still be fun and not excruciating for most. And then every game after that were devs that didn't understand that if your game doesn't have boss EXP, you need to have a good damage floor. BBS level 1, actual literal 1 pixel, 1 damage, you know. When you put on level 1 on 2.5, they added in the EXP 0 buff that actually makes that game like a DMC tier of just like you're always doing the same damage across everything, like completely removing stats from the equation, and it works out really well. It can be exploited, but that's just fun. Cage 3, I don't know enough about like the numbers internally on that game to talk about the damage floor, right? I remember this was a very big hot topic early on about, was it hidden potential? You know, and food stats going on top of the damage floor and all this stupid bullshit you shouldn't have to think about in an action game. And also just getting one shot, just too much by slop boss mechanics. That game, Cage 3, the user experience scales so dramatically between levels, more so than maybe even the rest of the games, at least now with BBS having workarounds in 2.5. And that's why I've learned ways to make that. I want to make a video out of this, how to make Cage 3 tolerable on crit, by literally just finding, not EXP grinds, but also like, just like quick little grinds that'll get you like 5 levels that you missed out on that will just immediately pad out the experience way better. Level 1 default status in case it requires build crafting. Well, when you are that much into a game that sucks, you're naturally going to think about ways to solve problems. Like when I'm playing BBS, the game that fucking sucks so much ass, fighting MF, I'm into it enough to really kind of find ways to make it more tolerable and like find secret shit on MF, but I don't go around saying like, oh, this actually, the game is actually good because you can do this secret obscure bullshit that I was doing instead of like, you know, having a girlfriend when I was 18 years old, right? You know? When you're that much into a game, you can definitely look past a lot of its flaws by calling it like, oh yeah, it just requires build crafting. It's like, well, you know, maybe it just sucks and you just have a high tolerance for it because you kind of like it, you know? That's okay. If you like things that suck ass, I know I do too, but, you know. You gotta, this is me factoring, like, there's the veteran Cage in my brain, and then there's, like, the normie Cage, like, kind of scarecrow that I'm trying to build up in my head so that I can accommodate people that aren't this insane about this shit. Benjamin, thank you for the 52 months. Anyways, yeah, Cage 3 boss is D tier as the baseline. If it would be C tier if I'm factoring in all, like, the EXP sort of workarounds that I do on every playthrough. But I'm thinking more so about the average BBS bosses. I would rather fight a lot of these more than Cage 2, but less than Cage 1. Or not Cage 2, Cage 3. It goes right in between. This is why moving Cage 3 down is even more justified, is that they are better to me to fight than Cage 3. Because also Cage 3, you gotta think about, I didn't even talk about this, boss fights in Cage 3. Like, let's talk about like the base. Remind is part of the whole package. Actually, you know what? I didn't even think about Remind. I literally told myself before the stream, I was like, okay, I'm not going to consider Cage 3 and Remind 2 different games because it's one game. Sure. Actually. And Days isn't that bad. I totally forgot to even consider data fights as part of C. Like, it would be D if it weren't for datas that bring it up. But it's just like think about how this is the end of somebody's playthrough, right? And it's still, like, most of it is just, like, learning the script and then, like, mashing X on, like, the bosses. But, like, if it were just Remind, it would be B. It wouldn't quite be A. Fuck. It's definitely not Cage 1 tier, which is not even A. DDD goes in D yet again, noticing a trend. Cage 2, am I gonna be that guy? Yes, I am. Bitch. Yeah, some shitters. It has like Oogie in it, you know. It has its shitters. But what other game has a fight as euphoric to do and pull off as Roxas? Can you tell me one example of... I guess I'm factoring in the story here, but just for this example. Recoded Roxas? Well, you know, it's funny, it actually does kind of pan out to be the same thing, huh? But it's not, it's still like, recoded, Days and even recoded still aren't super great in the... They actually do have enough... There's enough going on in those games in solo fights, but I feel like that's one of their worst categories, actually, is how kind of flat humanoid bosses can be. It still feels like an imitation of Cage 2, and a lot of the ways that the combat in general in those games do, but like even in the bosses, it's the most obvious. Like when you're fighting like Data and Roxas in that game, it's just kind of like a scaled up and more damaging version of the same thing. Cage story has a few fights around as fun as an average Cage story boss, but 90% of the time it's the worst bosses in the series. What are the fun ones in your example? I think I'm not thinking too much about specific Cage bosses right now. DD could be an F. Yeah, you know what? Holy moly's in that game, so it's an F. Lingering, yeah, Cage 2. Cage 1 would almost be an A, but there's just too much 2002 trash pulling it down a tier. Even though its highs are like almost S tier highs. But it just has too many shitters in the way. Actually, how many shitters does Cage 1 even have, to be honest? I'm thinking of just Agrippa mostly when I put this in B. Frozen Big Guy Marshmallow. One of the tangled flying ones. Cage 1 like DMC3 in that regard. That's true, actually. Ursula. Yeah. Clayton sucks ass. Kinda. Maybe that's the Cage veteran in me that's like justifying it because like I've played the game enough to know like, first of all, the first shot that he tries to shoot you with, you just jump over it right away and you'll never get hit by it. But yeah, for a first timer. Yeah, I agree. H1's having this great. H1's Phantom. Phantom is a really cool boss when you're playing on your PS2 on your CRT before the age of content creators, and you don't even look up how to do it. If your experience with Phantom is like learning how to do the RPGing of that fight blind, it's actually really fun and exciting. But then, yeah, in the current age where everybody can just look up how to do anything immediately, yeah, it's not great. Behemoths are fun. You get to R's their asses like crazy. And also gravity them. Kurziz is the best. Yeah, it is the penultimate fight. You know what? When I'm thinking about the shitter bosses in this game, I'm really only thinking about like Pot Centipede, Tiger Head, who doesn't even have boss music playing. Cage 1's an A tier in the bosses. This is my own personal tier list. I gotta remember. I'm not trying to think about some Cage 2 Andes that get filtered by fucking Tiger Head and. I love talking about how good their fucking their aerial combat and like speed of their inputs are, and then like you're watching them stream and they're just doing ground combos and getting hit, you know. Oogie Manor should bring it to be alone. Oogie Manor is fine. Are you like? Actually, never mind. I just realized who you are. Never mind. I don't even need to say it. I already know. Just jump up and hit the fucking orbs. And if you're tired of the ads killing you, get them all down to 1 HP. And then go back, do another loop, just one-tapping them so the ads don't piss you off. Boss fights in both versions of Chain of Memories, honestly, they leave a lot to be desired because, like, there's a lot of cool things you can do in Recon that I've done in, like, videos and shit. But at the end of the day, the baseline is that you can fire spam all of them. Fire magic video. But it's also cool that, like, if you kind of slow play them, do it in a non-cheesy way, it's really satisfying to, like, put your cards in the right order to get max damage out of your Keyblade swings and then do a swag finisher. I'm putting it in B. I'd rather fight Recon bosses than anything in all the rest of these, that's for sure. 0.2 boss fights. 0.2 is some of the most memorable boss fights. That shit on Cage 3 boss fights, to be honest. I'm putting it in B. Because it has the most interesting Darkseid has ever fucking been in this game. It has the most interesting iteration of Darkseid ever, and I'm so pissed that they didn't bring it back in Remind. That pink Darkseid doesn't do the DM, where you have to like do the Final Fantasy XIV dodges to the shit on the ground. How come they never brought that back? That's so fucking cool. What the hell? There's also, even the lesser Zodiac, even the lesser Phantom Aquas that you do with like the 1 health bar 2 times and then like the 2 health bars or whatever that 3rd time, that's still a more interesting and like on a hard difficulty, slightly more difficult than like, fucking, you know, Cage 3 has this 5 health bar Aqua that they finally give you at the end of the game when they remember that the game also has to accommodate adults that are still playing these games for no fucking good reason. And then it's only 5 health bars, down from like 8 from like that first reveal. Fuck Cage 3, by the way, holy shit. I mean, like, god fucking damn it, dude. Let me just get that out of my system real quick. I know we're all thinking it. And if you're not thinking it, then you must be like really angry or like pissed off or like, you know, I can already see you writing in the comments, but like, if it was really that secretly good and we were all just like haters that were stuck in our ways with KH2 or whatever, then why are we still having this conversation, you know? So there was so much early cope that was like, oh yeah, KH2 was also hated really early on until people figured it out, and then like every single new little thing that people figured out on KH3 was just like, oh, I found a way to use Blizzard Claws to more reliably stagger Lump of Horror. Now this game is flawless in my eyes. It's like reaching for every single little thing and being like, oh, well, this fixes everything. Oh, what do you mean you have a problem with this? No, you don't. You're just bad. You know? Alright, that's out of my system. Alright, I think that's this page. No, recoded. Recoded bosses. Who do you even fight in the bosses in this game? The problem is there's too many gimmicks, right? But let's talk about the ones that you play as. The ones that you fight in like the normal combat. They're cool. I never said Blizzard Claws, and I never said you said that either. Think about it. Let's just put that in B. Because, like, it's held back by technology and there's not enough of them, but also when you do get to do them, a lot of them are really cool. You actually get, like, a decent Pete fight multiple times. Roxas, Riku, Darkseid, Pete. Three forms of Riku. Like, in ascending difficulty. It's kind of weird to put it this high, though, when there's that little of them. Don't you think? I guess it also has some of those fights that are in the system sectors that you could consider bosses, like the big square, the squares dude. I just suggested it as a way to make it easier. Did you say that early in the chat? Because I wasn't looking. I'm thinking about a completely different. I'm thinking about an event that happened on Twitter a few months ago. Not including the gimmick bosses and misrepresenting coded. You're right, actually. Those are the bosses. That's just what they give you. And you know what's crazy about the gimmicks and the gimmick bosses and Recoded are like, they're mostly kind of well made. I'll put it down a tier just to accommodate that and also like let myself sleep at night. You know, they're not super great. I'll just do this though. Yeah, this balances out, I think. Actually. Any thoughts on that little tweak I brought up during the K2 streams? I didn't remember that you did that. BS and B tier? Nah. Explain. This might be my personal. I mean, the whole thing is my personal opinion, but my reasoning is it's mostly because I have like this goes actually far back when I made like my first set of BBS videos in like 2018. That was when I kind of started to experiment with some of the lesser tier commands in that game and like just using them. I don't care about how much like damage they do or whatever, you know, like slide dash, even some strike rate shit in there. And it's not even just MF. I'm thinking about every iteration of Vanitas. I found if you play based on reaction and you embrace the fact that it's not KH2 and it's never going to be KH2, and you have to gamble. You have to gamble to get in the damage and like find a way to make the gamble even work in the first place. But when it does work, when you can bend that game and its bosses to whatever idea you have and it works like 40% of the time, it's satisfying as hell. This is my own personal thing though. I know you guys are going to disagree, but this is my fucking tier list, so eat my shorts. Bart Simpson. Big unstaggering hitbox and unversed. I don't think you can stagger every single. You can full stun lock every single Iron Imprisoner. You know that? I also only play the remastered BBS. I'm not factoring in that old shit. Sonic Blade spam Ragnarok. Not even Ragnarok. If you're Aqua, you get to do triple Faraga, and that'll combo in and of itself, and that's easier than having to do Sonic Blade as the other two characters. What if KH4 is like Dark Souls and had penis gimmick bosses and a long run back with no air slide? That'd be kind of cool. But no game will ever have that, not even FromSoft games. I'm thinking about BBS actually does have some genuinely good penis gimmick bosses like the Mirror. There are a decent number of bosses in BBS that would fit well in KH1 of all things, like fighting the Mirror. That's a good gimmick fight that has like a knockdown phase. Skull could never, by the way. Having a phase where you earn a knockdown and you get to wail on him. KH3, you have to fucking eat your heart out to kill all those mobs, hit that reaction command in time, just for a Skull to get hit by a fucking nuke, and then cutscene ends, he lands, he gets right back up, and immediately starts attacking you after that whole ordeal, right? Sucks. You know? What the fuck? Put that asshole on the ground for 15 seconds and let me wail on that bitch with 15 health bars so that I can go beat this world and then go beat Aqua with 5 health bars in 2 seconds. What a fucking game, dude. What were they thinking? Anyways, in case the point wasn't driven home hard enough somehow yet, after all these years, is that everything? Yeah, everything that's remaining is just shit that is excluded from all these. Okay, that's another one done. We're alright, we are 3 out of, like, I guess we'll just do like 3 more. I think earlier I was thinking about adding another one, but let's just keep it simple. Oh, this one's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna have to take a slight little stretch and piss break, but this one, you could probably already guess how this might go, to be honest, is... Oops. Worlds. I definitely will add progression. No, actually, progression was a big factor in gameplay, I think. I don't know, I'll reconsider. Down on Folder Stocks! In a way. Alright, give me a minute, I'm gonna take a break while you guys ruminate over what the hell is he gonna say about the worlds. I'll be right back. Be chill. Alright, I'm back. Should I alter this VOD in some way so that, like, not so much of MF is, like, right at the start? I'm realizing now, with how late I started the stream, I probably should have saved MF for, like, after if I had time. Instead of spend the first 2 hours on his dumbass. But it was fun. It's just for the VOD, I'm thinking I might separate it or something. What do you guys think? Timestamps? Well, that's one way, but, like, we'll see. I'll think about it. Okay, Worlds. So, yeah, you guys are talking about GBA. You guys are talking about Chain of Memories Worlds, and that is interesting. I didn't think about that. Minigame category? I'll do a quick one. You're not making this a video? Should I? Might actually. Good idea. Yeah, you know what? I will. And I'll just upload the raw VOD. Both. I'll keep it together and then I'll upload a video that has just the MF win and then this. Okay, so, Worlds. Let's just, I'm thinking I'm going usually a 0.2 S tier. Honestly, with what that game gets to be, kinda. DD quickest F, I disagree, personally. This isn't all just about, like, the experience of, like, playing through the worlds. This is also the choice of worlds and what they gotta do with the plot and the stories, and the Disney World inclusion is, like, the biggest thing. DD is actually one of my favorites for, world choice, to be honest. I might tweak that later after everything else is placed, but I'm just gonna start there. Because, like, music is another category that this will get a high ranking for. Wasting Tron Legacy. Are you sure it's a waste of Tron Legacy? I mean, like, it's not like it's that sick. It's actually fitting in DDD's roster of worlds, because DDD has this very, like, carnival, rave sort of thing going on, and it fits to have that sort of imitation Daft Punk music. And also have Riku get to have his own side of it. Imagine Tron World in HD, though. Who gef? Maybe we'll get that in KH4 if that new Tron movie finally comes out. We can get a conclusion to the Tron Rizzler arc. I'm surprised you all. This is like one of the first times almost everybody is against my opinion on this. It may not be A, it might be more like B, but we'll see after I place everything else and I get a better reference for everything. Let's just say 0.2 is also very high, because the fact that it's a Realm of Darkness stage that also has Disney worlds that have fallen into the Realm of Darkness, that's the most unique the Realm of Darkness has ever been, and also the most playable Realm of Darkness has ever been. The fact that they managed to combine Realm of Darkness and Disney in a way that was thematically, like, it worked. And every different area has a remix, a world-appropriate remix of the theme, just about. 0.2 made me excited for what KH3's worlds could be. 0.2 is honestly a lot more raw than KH3 just as a whole. That's kind of crazy. 0.2 set up expectations that KH3 could actually deliver on the coolest, almost adult aspects of Kingdom Hearts games, with, like, you know, cool original worlds that were very atmospheric and, like, ethereal almost. Fucking end of the world. KH1 set, like, speaking of which, you know, just fucking psh. And there's no fucking absolutely zero debate on that one needed. This is a stream where I almost have as many YouTube viewers as Twitch viewers. Hell yeah. It's kind of crazy. Beloved heroes. And the world goat, yep, just outright. Even if it isn't all that big when you kind of tally it all up, it's just so cool and memorable. KH2 is... This might even be generous because of what KH2 Worlds could have been if the progression in that game allowed for that game to have platforming. It's kind of fucked up. KH1 makes you do more platforming in a game that has like just jump, high jump, glide, faster glide. And then KH2 is just all flat, all combat. The classic cope from KH2 heads is that like, oh, the worlds are meant to be nice combat arenas. And then like, sure, yeah, but like, when you fucking backload all the growth abilities behind like extremely missable shit when you're just playing the game the first time, you're not reading everything, and just focused on playing the game. KH2 should have had like progression-based movement and then made the worlds to accommodate that, so like as you go into more and more worlds they actually have fucking movement. You do like KH2 should have given you level 1 of every fucking growth ability, maybe even glide early, if not right away. Just full stop. The fact that KH2 starts you off with not even a fucking dodge roll quick run, it's fine considering guard and jump exist, but like so many modern Andes will like play that game after playing like Souls games forever and they'll be like, oh, where's my fucking dodge roll? But it is kind of like old head in that way, coming off the heels of KH1 where like that was the standard. Schizo hours on this song. Yeah, unlike just getting the form should have given you the growth for it, just full stop. Bullshit. The music is broken. This is... No, the record is not broken, the CD is not skipping. This is just the song. I need to play this game one day. CRT, red lights, candle burning the whole time, absolute schizo stream. Worlds and Recoded and Recom are very difficult to kind of pin because it's like, what even, they're just like reused. I guess it's more so about how they utilize them. Recom does the whole roguelike thing, but honestly, there's like no difference between worlds because it's just the map cards you use, so it's, I don't even know if I should include it. Recoded, though, it does have its own unique iterations of worlds. Like, you get to see different... It's interesting to me because you get to see a different Hollow Bastion. In fact, that's the first time we've actually been able to go back to the fucking castle itself since part 1. Recom's a day to me. It does have Castle Oblivion. If we were to base it on its own unique merits, it's the first time... Think about it from the perspective of this is the first time it had Twilight Town, and also Castle Oblivion is the main overarching. We gotta give it a little bit of grace because, yeah, sure, it's like that. It's just how it has to be. But think about how iconic Castle Oblivion and I guess Twilight Town being in like Chain of Memories. Do you consider Twilight Town to be like? Do you consider that like a beta access of KH2's Twilight Town? The fact that it's included in COM. And not like its actual first iteration. Yeah, it is more of a KH2 thing. The fact that it's in Twilight Town is kind of like this foreshadowing sort of tease. Destiny Islands, yeah. I'm just thinking about Castle Oblivion, and I guess Twilight Town technically debuted in that game. Whatever you want to say about that. I am going to include it just obligatorily. Let's just say... This is fucked up. This particular inclusion doesn't work. It's not like any other Kingdom Hearts game. So I guess... Yeah, okay, here's the executive play, right? I'm going to, as like the almost primary consideration for this category with Recom being accommodated here is how I feel about the map room system and the whole progression overall of that game. I've heard of a lot of people, like more traditional JRPG heads, that are like, oh, Chain of Memories was just my favorite, you know. That's to say, the way that I feel about the system, not only like the original worlds and like areas of Chain of Memories, the way I feel about that plus the system that reuses the old ones, I'll put that in B. Castle Oblivion is the sickest place. Just like outright in all of Kingdom Hearts, and I was so excited in KH3 to have a dungeon exploring that to get to Ventus and save him, and like, and then all of a sudden you get an FMV where you roll up, they do the fucking, they spend all of Castle Oblivion on, oh yeah, here's the thing that they do in the real life Disney world where there's a projector on it and then it like changes back to normal and that's one fucking room to get to the fight and then you're gone. You can't even go back to it at will. Sucks. As if I even needed to reiterate that, but apparently some people don't care about that Otherwise, we wouldn't have people arguing all day long about that game actually being secretly... whatever. Shut up. I'll put it in P. Days, Worlds. It's like, yeah, it is kind of... maybe I'll even drop this... It's fucked up. I'm thinking about dropping the one category of these games that KH2 falters in. Just because it's weird when it comes to the in-between games, you know. But I'm still gonna factor in the unique aspects of, like, say, like, Days. Like, what's original to Days? We got, like, KH1 maps imported into, like, a KH2 scale, which is weird and kind of shitty, especially for, like, the walking speed of that game. We got 2 extra inches of the world that never was that we didn't have before. We got Neverland, where you actually get to fly. You know, just get that out of the way. It's like the same faults as KH2, except even worse. Oddly though, it has more platforming than KH2, but then again, we're back to a game where platforming makes me want to rip my fucking nutsack out of my duodenum. Cool how all the worst platforming KH games have the most amount of platforming. KH3 Worlds. What a fitting song for this to start on. Fuck. This is hard for me to decide, because even Explorable Scala feels like a nothing burger to me. Going to be streaming KH2 Randomizer soon. Figured I'd stop by on here for a bit as I'm setting up my stream. Maybe I'm jaded, but my mind immediately went to wanting to ban you for advertising your stream. That's kind of how that reads. I'll just give you a little warning that that's how a lot of streamers would read into that, myself included right now. I almost just said, like, oh yeah, you guys in chat should, like, downvote his stream. What is this, Reddit? You're good. You're good, just, yeah, no, you're fine. I'm just mostly joking, but yeah, just be aware that some streamers, definitely not me though, might read into that as, like, some kind of self-advertising. I've seen people actually do that in a way more, like, implicit way. Definitely just jaded. Old man merciful today. Am I jaded, chat? Am I an asshole? Don't be afraid to say yes, because I often describe myself as an asshole too. Yo, Big Giggles, thank you for the 44 months. Yes, yes, a little jaded probably. Good luck with a rando. But yeah, no, I'm actually doing you a favor that some streamers would, like, immediately pull the plug on your ass. Not me though. I'm reasonable. KH2 Worlds, right? It's crazy because, like, when I think about flying around Scala at Kylum, so much of it feels like you're doing nothing except looking and listening, and there's actually nothing. There's nothing that's really of substance, to be honest. If not Kingdom Hearts, what franchise would you want to be known for? I'm kind of already there, but, like, I guess I've gotten a good SMT sort of following by it, like, tangentially referencing it so much in videos and streams. Tony Hawk would be the big one. I just have to put in some actual, like, content hours into establish myself into that for people that are getting more and more into, like, Thug Pro and Rethought, as the new games either don't exist or are cash grabs. KH3 Worlds have this sort of emptiness to them that also feels like a chore at times. Does that make sense? Toy Story, I think, would be one of my favorite worlds. But it's also interesting how air stepping feels like it invalidates so much of the actual... Air stepping feels like a cheat code. You can actually literally use it to clip through the wall and kill one of the worst bosses in the game with mechs. You know what? when I think about K2 Worlds, I think so much about what it should have had as an obligatory thing. It should have obligatorily had a Realm of Darkness stage to go find and save Aqua. It should have had, after that, a Castle Oblivion stage to fight your way into finding and saving Ventus. And it should have had Scala on launch. Because it doesn't have that, and it has all the issues with its, like, the worlds as is that I don't even want to go through. Worse than the biz. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about how neutered and chopped Twilight Town is. Okay, yeah, that just justified this entirely. Worst in the biz. Just worst in the biz. Worst in the biz, worst in the world count, like the roster. Checkpoints, worst they ever were. You know, like I was afraid of that in like 2018, when people were like invited to the let's suck your dick Sauron one, you know, like fucking let's Sauron, let's fly you out and you can like play this and, you know, let's suck all your dicks and, you know. Shout out to Dean, by the way. I'm not hating him, just using him as an example because it was his videos I was watching of his critiques, and I was asking him like, hey, are there checkpoints? And he was like, no, there's not. I'm like, fuck. This F tier is like half because of how much time you spend in like very Disney worlds that overstay their welcome, and also the absolute lack of OG worlds. This game was the opportunity to give an HD spin on the coolest worlds that this whole series had to offer, because KH3 as a whole was less about advancements into the series, but rather wrapping up shit that was high-key already wrapped up. And that's gonna be even worse than the music department for this fucking game, let me tell you. Because of that concept. That shit's staying down there, it's justified. Recoded worlds. B. I like the spin that this game is putting on OG maps. The way that OG maps are kind of getting reused, as well as some of the new layouts that some areas have. Like Agrabah. Agrabah's really interesting how it has that different version of like the Cave of Wonders, and it has the system sectors, which is just like really cool and sick to be in. You know, even if it's like it has platforming that's agreeable, it actually makes you do platforming in the first place. It's a really cool like roguelike world experience of a sort. Yeah, B is justifiable, even for GBA com, even for com in general. Actually, you know what? If KH2 Worlds get slighted for being nothing but like combat arenas, Chain of Memories also gets slighted for the same reason, because it's very much like even more so combat arenas and like rooms that you make yourself. You actually have to do platforming though, so it kind of beats KH2 in that department yet again. Huh. I don't know where to put com in this. It feels weird as fuck. Like even Coded has its own original spins on stuff, but com is like every world is going to have layouts based on the map cards and not the worlds themselves. So it's almost entirely my opinion of the map card system that is at play here. See, but better than KH2? Well, the thing is that I'm not factoring in left to right. It's all about, if it's S tier in any category, it gets 6 points. That's why there are like 6 fucking tier lists that are all going to be calculated by the end. Also, I guess I never thought, like, how are we gonna place, like, we got a point system for the multiple tier list shit I'm doing right now, but how are we gonna place them in the end? Like, they're all gonna get added up, but, like, we have to determine, like, what points put into what tier. What's the most reasonable way of doing that? I didn't figure out the logistics of this. I figured we could figure it out on the fly together. Added and averaged? Yeah, but then how do you, from there, what do you do? I guess you could, like, if you're averaging, decimals decide where to place them in each tier. It's not my tier list. Well, it's not my tier list either in this sense of, like, this is math. I'm trying to abide by a rule of math that makes this consistent. I don't know exactly how that works logistically. Like if you add them all and average them, let's say that hypothetically there are 6 tier lists. Let's say KH2. We'll figure this out at the end when it's all laid out and I can actually kind of compare. But for now, let's just settle with Chain of Memories, and it's definitely better than KH2, that's for sure. It's definitely worse than KH2. Is Recoded better than KH2 though? World design wise. Yeah, it is, because you actually have platforming and like a secret shit you can get after doing like weird block platforming. It's actually more involved. Sure. Okay. Is this everything? Am I missing something again? I hate that. Oh yeah, BBS. Oh fuck. Oh shit, BBS world design. What does BBS even have to say for itself here? It feels like it's the most like KH1 almost. Maybe. Maybe. Some weird mix between KH1 sized scaled worlds and KH2 flatness. Yeah, some exploration. It also has platforming. Platforming is a tenet of the series that KH2 just inexplicably does not have, except for the parts that they realized and they added it back in. Yeah, like BBS has you doing like in the platforming department. It has you like you could use like slide dash and get some chests early. I think it belongs in B. Okay, now that I've placed like everything, do I agree with myself on fucking DDD being A tier of all things? I'm gonna do, okay, let's world / platforming. That's ugly. This is factored in like world choice plus platforming, because platforming, like, it's in KH1. It's Kingdom Hearts 1 was Square Enix's answer to fucking Mario 64. It is a core tenet of the games and the world choice. So, platforming and DDD. Platforming and DDD feels like you just kind of like. Dreams Out Distance feels like a game where, you know, when you're like in the car bored as a kid and you're imagining fucking Tony Hawk skating next to you on all the nodes everywhere. It feels like the way you move around in that game is almost like that, in terms of you can just kind of like wing it and make that shit up yourself, but it's also like not real. You know, you just kind of do it. There's no like kind of and there's not a lot of interaction behind it. I'm putting it down to B. I like the world choice a lot, but the platforming of it feels extremely. Literally just wall kick up the entire fucking Notre Dame. That should never stop the childhood. Also true. I think the level design of BBS is actually like really solid, to be honest. Except for Keyblade Graveyard. If Keyblade Graveyard was more interesting, then it would be an A tier, but here it's okay. We're done with this. This is done. This is locked in. Actually, might as well, just because Days and KH2 are so very DNA coded, shared. They have so much of the same maps too, so yeah, okay. We're locked in on that. World / platforming in the worlds. Alright, what the fuck is this one? We got 2 more. Maybe a 3rd one, but I don't know about that at this point. Story. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Forgot I backloaded this one. You know what? Let's do music first. Story, we'll save the best for last. Music. I feel like I should be playing the music for the games as I discuss this. Yeah, let me just like kind of flick through the KH1 OST, and I'm also going to be doing this based on OG versions, primarily. Because I think that the new versions are kind of abstracted from what they... The original like PS1, PS2, PS2 versions of 1 and 2 feel more personalized to actually being a Kingdom Hearts soundtrack. The new versions feel like they just hired an orchestra to do an iteration of it. So we're doing this based on OG music, just full stop. But, you know, it's also the same compositions in 2.5, 1.5, so it still counts. Let me just flick through real quick, just kind of all of these. The OG Dearly Beloved, can't go wrong. Very distinct, crisp sound font. I should have Dearly Beloved tier list as like a, yeah, that song, lol, you know. The beginning. OG, the older I've gotten, the more I realize just OG on principle. Even KH2 is just better. It's just on principle. Embellishments, yep. KH 2.5 feels even worse for embellishments, just outright. Grand Fight, that's not what it's called, but... Classic. OG version is way better because it syncs up with Sora's footsteps way more reliably. Okay, let me just skip to like the standout ones. I'm not just gonna go through all 59 fucking songs, even if it's for like 2 seconds. Also, KH1, they only really kind of brought back this aspect of the series in 3, but the idea of there being so many songs that are for specific cutscenes. What are these songs? Whispers at Night. Goated theme that gets used for various tension points. Heartless theme. These are not the names of the songs. This is pissing me off. Where the hell? Like, you know what? Fuck YouTube. Where the hell's my own fucking rip of all the soundtracks? Let me just get that going locally. Right? I fucking own all this on my computer. These are not the names of the songs. That girl is not in my film! This is the girl. Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts, Disc 1. Load that shit up. Treasure Memories 2002. The song is honestly more iconic in its use of KH2, where it gets like used it's behind me. It gets used so much, like kind of like repeatedly, and like the repetition of it makes it stick to your brain even more so when it's like Rox is dreaming. This is way better. The song is way better used than KH2. This is only get used like once in KH1. It's like just song on this whack fucking YouTube upload was called Sunset. It only gets used like early on in KH1 like once, right? That's the theme. Oh yeah, the Kyrie Suite. This is my favorite song that is used in like a specific cutscene. This is like such a good like kind of like tone setting when it's just like the Mickey letter and it's just like the panning of the room. You can hear the honk chu of a Pluto. Really good sound that all comes together in this cutscene. Cause I can hear it in my head that slide whistle snoring. You know? See, it's really good because like this game has just enough cutscene specific music for very specific cutscenes that like it doesn't have too fucking much that Yoko Shimomura can't do the battle themes like in KH3. Banger. That only gets used like once, I think. Iconic and cursed song. The Phantom theme. Where is this? 2002. Another cutscene theme, like I was saying. The Heartless Has Come. 51-minute song. classic right here. Percussion just way more sort of on beat in the. I'm about this. I just realized if I keep talking about the PS2 versions of the music, I'm about to remake the Bloody Biscuit stream where he compared KH2 and 2.5. I can't be doing all that. I'm just gonna like speed run the soundtracks just to kind of listen to a bit of everything and remember. But it's not like I even need to do that for KH1. Anybody else getting recoded flashbacks where you hear this song for like 5 minutes straight? Because there's way more droning because of a DS synth. It's like the bruh bruh emote song. Oh yeah, I guess this is not something you would have on the soundtrack download, but this is something that you would find on YouTube, is the game-specific rips. I think the YouTube, I just realized the YouTube relay bot died, and like people are yapping on there and I can't see them, very unfortunately. I guess I'll just have to open up the YouTube chat and start responding to them directly. I hate when that breaks. Oh, I hate that this doesn't work 100% of the time. Here's what I'll do is pop out chat. I'll just get a little window for him somewhere. Yeah, here's what I'll do. Hold on. Just kind of filling in the empty space on my computer. So I can also make a window capture or some shit. I want to be able to have their shit be archived. Well, I guess it will be because of the VOD, but no, that's not what actually gets uploaded. Okay. Now let me... I'll just listen to this while I'm doing this. Oh my god. I'm just advancing the list so I have a good reference for how long like a single message or two is in this chat. Okay, YouTube frogs, I can now see and respond to your meaningful insights. Oh my god. So it's easier to forget that this world is not in Chain of Memories. I love the synths of the strings in particular in both KH1 and 2. It's so distinct. It's just so much more interesting to me. OG versions like that. Oops, hold on. Okay, I'm almost done fucking with this window. How do you feel about this boss theme for Disney fights? I feel like it's sufficient, isn't it? Is that YouTube chat box too small? It's alright. Yeah, it's efficient. It's not anything like groundbreaking, I guess. Better than 1.5? Maybe. You might be right on that, actually. I'm not here to discuss the merits between either soundtrack. This is more so just the overall composition I'm going to focus on here. But specifically from the lens of the original fucking product and how it originally sounded, that takes priority for me in the rankings. Even if that potentially downgrades these games, but fuck that. Who gaff? KH1 soundtrack definitely the greatest hitter for like what that game like overall. Even if it's not as anime, that's what is going to have this be lower than like the later games. Is need more of the bangers, you know. Like what are the bangers in this game? It's all very much kind of restrained to be what KH1 is, and that's fine. But I'm trying to hear some fucking, you know. It actually might be where BBS might even outshine like KH2 potentially. That particular insight. Yeah, you know, I'm done listening to KH1 music. Before I even place KH1, let's just say KH1 is a nice round A because of the way that, you know, it stays in its lane and does exactly what it's trying to achieve without being too much, right? Schizo did not. Schizo. Let me at least get a hit of that real quick. Also, shoutouts to Kingdom Hearts in general for having a more abbreviated and like straight to the point version of One Winged Angel. That it contributed to like the entire fucking Final Fantasy scene. It's a lot more like just obviously One Winged Angel is nice as this like 9-minute sort of fucking escalating thing in FF7 terms, but this is just like the best parts of the song condensed, you know? The lyrics that everybody's trying to hear. Yeah, the radio edit. This is the part people gaff about. Disappeared in the PS2 sound file. It's scary. Like, how often do you even perceive it, you know? This version of it? Have you ever perceived it in-game, normally? Boot up Final Mix? I don't think you have. It's actually very similar to how it is in KH2, to be honest. It's not super different, but it is different. I never played PS2 Final Mix either, to be honest, like start to finish. That's what I'm going to do when I do a CRT playthroughs. How does this sound in KH2? I'll flick to that next. It's very similar, actually. There's so much going on in the ears, it's so pleasant. But it's also so similar. More than I thought it would be. Translation patch or not? Okay, so I tried to actually do a genuine playthrough on my own time of PS2 FM with like an English patch because I was curious what that English patch was like. I tried to boot up beginner mode, no stat ups. Beginner mode, it says beginner mode on the save file, no stat ups. No ribbon, no EXP bracelet, no nothing. Died to Dark Side, like the real Dark Side 2 as a test. Couldn't skip the cutscene. What the fuck what ROM do I have? It gave me sliding dash, and it has the Final Fantasy X-2 trailer on the main menu, but it doesn't fucking have, it wasn't beginner mode. I was playing on fucking normal mode, and I couldn't skip a cutscene that I already saw. What the fuck is that patch? I might need to investigate more. It lets you skip cutscenes once you've seen them once. Wow, that's exactly what I tried to fucking do, and it didn't work. Wow. Literally what I just said. It didn't work. Not only did beginner mode not work, but also custody skipping didn't work. On my second attempt on Dark Side 2. Yeah, cursed. I might stream that too, but I don't want to. Like, when I do, like, the cutscene. I want to do the cutscene playthrough of 1, GBA com, and 2. 1FM, 2FM, and GBA com on a CRT. I do want to investigate that fucked up copy of the game, but I also don't want it to hamper the enjoyment of just, like, playing PS2 FM. So it's kind of weird. I might have to investigate that sooner or later. Yeah, it didn't even give me beginner mode items. It wasn't beginner mode, it was normal mode. That's what makes beginner mode, is having those fucking stat ups and equipment. That's what the multipliers are. The 7 secret multipliers, it just gives you that. It doesn't have beginner mode. Weird as fuck. Oh yeah, this. I remember learning about this FMV for the first time when like 1.5 came out and everything. I was like, holy shit, I can't believe they had this on. They put this on the disc. I didn't know. I knew about KH2. I didn't know about this. This is crazy to me. Does KH3 have any hitters that are on this tier? And don't say the Yozora battle theme, because it's good as a nice little orchestra thing, but it doesn't hit that sort of SMT tone. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. My favorite songs in Kingdom Hearts that are like this, that have like, you can actually fucking like throw your ass to it. Scala. Yeah, actually, that is like the one and only thing. I barely ever get to really enjoy it either. Anyways, just KH2 disappeared. Oh, it really is different. Whoa, hold up. It's messy. Like, a lot of KH2s sound fun. I like it still despite that, but it's still very... And there's that KH2 fart trumpet. Yeah, it's watered down. But I love that noise that's all across PS2 KH2. Is that, you know, like the KH2 violin synths, right? So the strings. This is the best part of KH2 sound font. Even if a lot of it kind of sucks. Kinda. It sticks in your, it stays in the back of your brain. It stays there forever. I guess this would be a good time to get into the KH2 OST now that 1 has been settled. Dearly beloved of KH2 variety. Yeah. This might just be the best Dearly beloved, to be honest. Specifically because of how much slower it starts. It's like such a tone-setting thing to hear when you boot up the disc. And you know what you're in for. Even if you don't. Especially if you don't know what you're in for, actually. Yeah, solid. Yeah, I'm not listening to 2.5 OST when I'm making this tier list. It's not what it is. It's just not what it is. No embellishments. This is just what it is. And here's the more of those synths again, right? Sharp, exact notes that there's hitting. No, you know what? I said I wasn't gonna do this, but I'm here to talk shit. That you know, like, why are you doing that? That's not what they do, is it? No embellishments. Wee 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 wee. And then you fucking boot up KH2 and they decide to be so extra. Even compared to 1.5, I always noticed that they're even more extra. Maybe that's just because comparatively KH2 was even more synthy than 1 somehow. But like, this just, I'm just gonna like, I'm rage baiting myself with this now. Don't piss me off. Embellishments. Embellish these fucking nuts. The escape aid. You know? The remake is pretty good. It has to be penis music, strictly. You hear that? Okay. Fuck. I really need to, like, put the throttle on what I'm doing right now. This is such a topic that... There's literally been done before, you know, Buddy This is doing the KH2 versus 2.5. I am so fucking tempted to just do my own version of that too, because I am like just as passionate about it. That's just one thing that like I just like straight up feel obligated to ask him, like, yeah, is it okay if I do that? Like, I know it probably is, but like I have to, right? The trumpet is so much better here. Violins are a bit muted, but it kind of works, you know. His ass didn't make the music. That's a good point. It's just weird when you're like a content creator that does almost like a one-to-one of the exact same fucking idea as like what somebody else has done. You know? That's just what that is. Also, this goes without saying. This shit's on all other iterations of this song. It just does. For breakfast. They had this on a fucking like iPod Touch 2007. What's pleasant about the OG versions is there's this exactness to the MIDI, because MIDIs are just an exact, you know, you place it and that's where it is, right? The music. The mixing, this is what they intentionally wanted to do before a fucking orchestra just made up their own fucking embellishments and sound mixing where violins and strings take way more priority over... What does the song even sound like in the fucking remake? I feel like I can't even place it in my head. I don't even remember. It's good, it's just different. It's good still. You hear that embellished fucking violin? I don't hate it. It's actually really good. It is really good, I will say. I'm not like... See, this is interesting because usually in Kingdom Hearts I'm so used to having one-to-one comparisons of, this is great, this fucking sucks. You know, when I guess it's any Kingdom Hearts game versus how I feel about anything from KH3. But like, it's interesting. What I like the most about doing a video of this sort, spending a whole stream on this, which I have to stop myself from doing right now at like almost 2 a.m. Is that it's not so cut and dry, it's not so boring where it's just like, oh, this is better than that. Like, as much as I'm yapping about how much I just unconditionally love the PS2 sound font, and that's what makes it just better to me overall, is like an elitist, self-admitted elitist sort of opinion. There's still a lot of this that's really nice, you know? There's a part that is in this, though, that I, like, just a little part where I'm like, oh, that sucks. I'll point it out. Like the violin solo and the percussion in the background compared to the OG. Also, you know what? Actually, I take everything back. The 2.5 version is like a nice sort of like refresher from the OG and like a different spin on it. But when you hear how everything comes together in the OG, it is just so much more like characterized and stylized. It actually has that JRPG feeling, you know. And that's something I clocked about Final Fantasy, but Square Enix as a whole, even without like playing any of those games and just kind of hearing their music occasionally, was like, oh, it has that very distinct sort of choice of MIDI that's extremely unique to this like Final Fantasy game or Kingdom Hearts. In my experience, like it has this extremely unique sound. Like I could hear a trumpet and be like, oh, that's a K-Shu trumpet. You know, you don't get that with 2.5 because it's just a kind of almost like a generic orchestra mix that's going to be good and powerful, but like it's not going to top this in the long run, no way. And then the violin solo, that was... The piano panning in the sides of your ears. Listen to your ears real quick, right? You don't get that kind of... You don't get to have that kind of expression with an orchestra that is just like listening to the songs and having a asshole violinist that is just making shit up, you know? You don't get that when it's not just like... In this case, it was two people. This is actually Sakito's first credits in Kingdom Hearts. We talk shit about Sakito because of his original works, but he was actually the audio mixer. Or something. I forget the exact accreditation, but Yoko Shimomura did the composition, and then Sakito, his debut was doing like some kind of mix work. I'm not sure exactly what. Let me Google it before I get off the subject and save the rest of the entire soundtrack comparison for another day. This is like, I could do a whole stream of this, and I will, if I get the green light at least. We just opened KH2 PS2 credits. Where's the credits website that has everything? Moby Games, Moby Dick. Music, Yoko Shimomura's synthesizer operator. Ishimoto, not Sakito, fuck. It's Ishimoto who... I guess compared to Sakito is the absolute shitter. I don't think he's ever done anything cool in Kingdom Hearts, but Ishimoto is back and forth. He did the really good Vanitas theme and like the Tron stuff. Okay. Sorry, Ishimoto. I'm misattributed. What bad things did Ishimoto make actually? What were the big ones that are like, oh, it's an Ishimoto song? Are there any? Because I know that I've talked shit about both of them, but mostly Sakito. Anger Unchained? Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's not even the worst idea. It's just badly... You know, actually... Because he's like the synthesizer operator here, and some of the synthing in this game can be a little funky, like, you know, fucking, let's just get a quick hit. You know what's about to happen, right? You know, you already know, right? Fucking... You know, Sakito. Synthesizer operator, but I think as a whole, KH2 having this sort of very synthy, like, unique sound to it is better in the long run with this composition. Let me just get a hit of like the most common themes of KH2 before I actually finally put it somewhere. Right? You know what it is that I really like the most about the very synthy sound of KH2 is that the start of every note has this extremely sort of like strong presence as each note comes through, and this is a great example of that. Wow, 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 you know? You know? It like spawns in. Each note like just fucking like goes, you know? This song got too serious in 2.5. Fuck, I want to do this whole comparison right now. God damn it. I know I can't. I shouldn't. But fuck. Not because I'm not allowed to, but because I gotta focus on this is the fucking 5th out of the 6 tier list. I'm like, yeah. Well, it's just, this will be a sample for when I do this whole thing. Okay, one last thing, just because I thought of a funny comparison to make about this sound of a sort, is, also, that's probably just DMCA'd the stream. I think that's gonna be annoying to deal with on the VOD, but whatever. Where is... Also, by the way, this is just way fucking better. This is like... This category of song shits on the 2.5 versions. Any song that kind of goes like this, you know? Fred, can you hit me up with like the whole like MIDI suite and like kind of show me how to just like get the MIDIs just lined up in a row so I can like turn off like, oh, percussion only. Get that going sometime. I would like to just be able to play with that on my own time and fuck with that on stream. That'd be fun. Because there are some videos I just wanted to pull up that, like, it'd be nice if I could just do it myself, but, like... Percussion-only version of that. Can't wait for this YouTuber to get mad at me again for using their content. Music they didn't make. Now, have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard those drums anywhere else? Let me riddle you that before I blow your mind. You know what this is? You know what this is? Halo Reach Overture main menu. Same fucking, it's like the same, this may have been like some kind of common percussion beat that a lot of people were running with in the 2000s, but like, it may have shown up in some other places too, but like these two songs, doing the same thing with the percussion. Sample CDs? Yeah, exactly. What's the sample CD where that beat originates from though? And why would they do a sample CD beat for a MIDI? Were they just inspired, so they just did this? It's kind of like how, like, there are themes that you hear in, like, fucking Mythbusters that are, like, these sort of, like, generic themes, kind of like how YouTubers used to use, Kevin McLeod. Like, this beat you'll hear a bunch, too, in, like, some generically used stuff, or, like, slowed down you'll hear it in some, like, cheap TV shows, or, like, fucking Ice Road Truckers or whatever. Like, maybe at, like... Maybe you've heard it at, like... About, like, this speed or so. Yeah, that's, like, that kind of, like, generic beat sort of deal. This version is a lot more, oh! Holy shit, that's how I know I've been live for too long. It's a lot more muted, it's a lot more dramatic in the 2.5, but whatever. We need to get off this tangent. That's like a whole stream that I have to, like, pull the throttle on doing right now at 2 AM. I do just kind of want to listen to random KH2 songs, though, while I'm, like, deciding on where it should go. Let me just put something on, instead of pulling up my playlist again. How about, what was a random banger from KH2? I don't think this soundtrack has... Oh, there it is. There is FM editions. Can you believe that FM? It wasn't until FM that we had this. We didn't have Christmas music in Christmas Town. It just played fucking Halloween Town music in Christmas. Remember that shit? That was crazy. And this song. Yeah, okay. This will be the background song right now. Okay, KH2 soundtrack primarily with not 2.5, OG2 in mind. It's going, I think it's possible. Is it fair to say that some of the most iconic sounds in Kingdom Hearts compositions come from Part 2? Because I think that's fair to say. This game has it all. It has like the Disney music, you know, the obligatory Disney music. It has the anime shit, like we're hearing right now. It had character themes for everybody, but except like Kairi had character theme in KH1, but then all the rest of them get it in 2, yeah. It's kind of buffed by the story. This story necessitates a bigger variety of music instead of just KH1 having its like... KH1 has this locked-in sort of like nostalgia KH1 products, you know, but KH2 expands on it, and it's just better as a result. Alright. Let's go to... Com. What's this version going to be? Is this going to be... That's Recom. How do we decide? Is this the one time where I actually pull out the GBA com, or do we just go off of... Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go off of Recom original pieces and not listen to any of like the remade versions. What are the songs that are unique? Struggle Away. I really like how, like, KH1 you have like the kind of whatever suitable boss themes for like Disney and Heartless fights, and then this, you get this action. You know what? I'm leaning towards something like this. Oh yeah, and this is the Disney theme for Disney bosses. It's alright. You know what's most interesting to me though is that the song in Days is a combination of those two themes just outright. Like in name as well. Where the fuck is it? Soundtrack version. We'll also go with soundtrack versions of the BitCrunch games when available. What's this song? Fight and Away. It's a combination of the two. Just outright. This is a good ass song. It just makes me think of Trauma from some of the things you have to do while hearing this song in that game. It's interesting. I haven't sat down and listened to the KH song soundtrack bangers in a long ass time. I've just been doing that with SMT because I'm an adult now. But these two go hard. You know, there's no wonder I like this so much. Oh yeah. This okay. The GBA version of the song is actually really good. As like it kind of fits that particular sound font. Let me see if I can pull that up. Because for some reason I actually have all of the GBA com, specifically GBA, on my phone for some reason. This is actually like you could slap this in a Kingdom Hearts themed like music box. Like if there's any one song I prefer on the GBA version, it's this. This might be a really scuffed upload though. It's probably a better one now. Oh, that's much better. Holy shit. No, I have the GBA soundtrack just on my phone, and I was making like a Humphrey collage, and I just like reached for this song, and I was watching the collage, and it made me want to just swallow my phone. I was like, dude, this is just too good for this. I'm actually going to like explode in a way. So there are some songs in the GBA soundtrack that are kind of made specifically for the GBA that work well, instead of just like translations of the songs from PS2 to, yeah, whatever. It's worth remembering. I do want to hear the... Yeah, well, let me just, like, real quick, if I can find a good playlist uploader. Yeah, this one. I just want to hear some of the, like, the calm, like, new songs on this. Too bad this playlist, fucking, I can't see what they are. There we go. What are the songs that are new? The Fight for My Friends. It's like getting shot. That's what the percussion feels like. Not too bad, honestly, for what it has to be. Okay, it's really bad. That's some extra fart trumpet action that didn't even need to be there. Face it. The song can't keep up with the amount of fucking notes. Oh boy, this... Right, I forgot Riku has the theme. It's like the notes. The song is bugged. Is that why the notes are fucking reversed? In pitch, like they're supposed to be? One of the instruments is muted. That's really funny. It's also like the melody, though. Like, do you see where I'm going with this? It's like the melody is wrong. Like you say, orchestrated, synth, whatever, arranged. Fixed version, you just upload it. I'll check it out. Cutting room floor. Okay, I don't gaff right now, but see, it's like me. But on the GBA, it's like ring. It's like all wrong. It's like different, whatever. Yeah, Recom goes soundtrack. Recom soundtrack gets to be, it gets to kind of push beyond the like extremely distinct synths of 1 and especially 2, because like disc size, they get to just have, it's streamed off the OST, right? Off the disc. It's not just like synthesized, it's streamed, isn't it? Is it? If it's in stream chat, I'll just get ahead of it real quick. I just don't want to have to download anything or... It's streamed, okay. Yeah, it's because the game is a lot smaller, they can afford that. Oh, that does explain... That actually does really do... It really does fix it. Yeah, there's supposed to be a note that goes with the melody, but it doesn't. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That's interesting. I didn't know about that. What else is in this game? Just real quick. Revenge of Chaos. I forgot this sounds on GBA. I do remember doing the fight, though. That shit was insane. Didn't they remake this song for 1.5? This in the Lord of the Castle? It's like 1.5, 2.5, BBS and Recom got like 1 or 2 songs, right? I thought they did, huh? Weird. No, that sounds about normal, actually. Speaking of which, I guess to kind of like get a little bit out of my system, let's compare I never really sat down and compared PS2 versus PS3 Lord of the Castle. Let's do that. This isn't a 1.5 first, because this is the one I'm more familiar with as of right now. He looks so scary when he's listening. What do I look like? Am I like... I never actually sat down and like scoped out the differences between these versions, even though I played both versions. Like in my brain, the PS2 version sounds just like this too, but it might just be old news. Oops. It's interesting because, like, I can't think of a different version of the song in my head right now. I can't picture the OG. So this is going to be very interesting for me. Like, I want to hear this version first, because it's what I knew I'd be familiar with. And just get to the loop, and then I'll pop it again. This is my favorite part. The 13th reflection that's, like, just in the song. Okay. See, it sounds so similar off the riff, but maybe. A bit more of that. The piano gets to be like Guitar Hero piano, you know? See, it sounds so similar, but it's just sharper in the MIDI. It gets to the MIDI buff. It's so similar. No wonder I never clocked it. But it's just better because it's high quality MIDI, so it doesn't even sound even like it has to be compared, you know? But it's so fucking similar. Like, actually. I have to go back and listen to the other one again now. Because I'm actually, this is the kind of thing that I am like, I usually clock in on, but this is like, I get it. It's just, there's so much of it that just sounds the same, which is insane to me. Like, I can't even tell, like, why do they even bother remaking this? It's just like so similar, except like slightly, like, just not MIDI. I need to open 2 windows, hold on. This is what we're gonna do, right? I just need to like get to the roughly the same spot and just kind of like bam and then bam. I have an awful idea. I have a terrible idea that I have to do right fucking now, real quick. Just for the sake of this, 1 sec. You might be able to guess what I'm about to do. For the record, Fred gave me this idea with that joke. We have 2 years for a reason. 2 years, 2 songs. Let's go. Hold on. Yeah, here's how we do this, right? Fucking... First of all, I already fucked up. Reopen that. I need to be able to... It's like so similar that it feels like it's worth doing this dual mix bullshit, but not at the same time. One on each side. OG and left, new and right. And that's what's about to happen right here, and I'll show you the method. And then we'll move off this tangent and actually just finish the rest of the fucking soundtrack comparison. Alright, so. JOI in the left ear, and the Bible in the right ear. Shockingly, they're similar, huh? Let me just like... I don't have either in yet. It's just both at the same time, just to see how it syncs. Let me adjust it because it feels like it's supposed to be very similar, but it's not quite, you know? Let me see if that alone gets it done. It definitely doesn't. It might be slightly desync because it's 2 different fucking songs, but this will have to do, right? Okay, so. First of all, I need to... What do I need to do? Raise the volume of this. Now, channels. Turn that off. Channels. Turn that off. I don't know if this is going to work as well as I think it will, objectively, for like figuring it out, but here we go. So now I can do this, right? My brain might just be blending them together when it's like this. But at least I can kind of do this. Oh my god, that does not help. See, I said this was a bad idea. I don't know. I'm just hurting myself and you. Okay, hold on. Let me back it up a step so I can do this in a more reasonable way, right? Top, this one is OG, this one is 2014. I undid the ear thing. I'm just toggling between them so I can kind of get a live sort of like fix on which is which, you know? That's what's happening right here. I suspect that this is straight up, not even re-orchestrated, just remixed. That's what I'm suspecting right now. This is too similar. This is straight up just synth. They just they fluffed it. This is not an orchestra. That's why I never could tell the difference. It's bassier. Okay, that explains it. I would not have been able to guess that unless I did that. It's just fluffed. It's just like the difference between listening to Soul Hacker's Saturn OST versus the 3DS. Same exact phenomena, except even more obvious. Alright, well that's... I finally got down to the bottom of that. Let me get down to the bottom of this now. Because this is more so something I never experienced, was the OG version of Dismiss. Same phenomenon is happening here, right? Except I think that they actually did redo it. Generational banger, by the way. Also, by the way, I think I straight up don't want to actually put the music in a tier list. I think that literally this whole process would just culminate in me just putting KH3 really low and then all the rest of them really high because KH3 just does not have a full soundtrack. Here's the take. The take is that half of KH3's soundtrack are just older. More than half of that game's songs are from older games. Because that game is just a big project of just like regurgitating itself and not actually contributing anything to the franchise other than wrapping up shit that was already wrapped up. So I'm going to drop the music aspect of this tier list even though we spent this much long already talking about it. Here's the OG version of Dismiss. This is straight up, that was better. Holy shit. I think. Although... I've never experienced this version in game. I've only ever heard it on soundtrack once or twice. The very KH2 sort of marching drums, right? Like the other version has it too, but this is more exact, like a MIDI. It's like rubbing my brain, right? That. I suspect that this is also a matter of not being reorchestrated, but rather remixed. Because it's also very similar, but a bit. It's more different than Lord of the Castle from PS2 to PS3. Good piano, really good. I think it's like that in the other version too, isn't it? It's like... You know what's happening here? I think everything about this version is the same except they redid the percussion. It's very much the KH 2.5 percussion, that like very heavy drum replacement of like the what used to be like the kind of stricter. You hear that? Like that's just straight 2.5, straight up. And also that percussion is so messy that it kind of clogs up the whole background because you can't hear the you know. You can't hear that because the percussion in the other version is so fucking everywhere, slopped, you know. And they also just straight up got rid of it too, huh? Yeah, this is actually really different. Disregard what I was saying earlier. I think the whole thing is different. Except... this is just better, by the way. Let me just get that out of the way. This takes the cake. I actually like the newer one this time. It does have its merits, I will say. It kind of hits higher notes in a way. But it doesn't really have the catchiness. This is more catchy. Does that make sense? Catchy, and also there's a bit more synth action. The mixing is more balanced. Everything kind of gets through evenly. The new version really hones in on like the biggest drops of the song, but not quite throughout. It's like the piano doesn't go up and down. And like this is a situation where the embellishment or there's like extra notes between the main piano hits is nice because obviously it's the original version, so it's not just like this is like the opposite of what was happening with like the fucking Twilight Town shit I complained about with 2.5. It's like the opposite because like listen to the piano, just the piano if you can focus your brain on it, right? This part. It doesn't sound like the piano has all those in-between notes, does it? It might. It's so hard to fucking hear if it's just being muffled or just not there at all. But when you listen to this version, right? It's so much clearer / exists at all, like. That's so much better in the OG that it's like my number one thing that makes me like this more. But the other version is good too. It's just this gets to be a higher quality synth while also having the OG texture with the percussion especially. Also, somebody was saying this is also what I know about 2.5 actually replacing more than one song from BBS. The Graveyard theme having let me hear the 2.5 Graveyard real quick because I know that this is also new. This is what I know, right? This is what I grew up with. This is always the default for me, right? I never really knew this until years later. Yeah, the piano is the biggest thing that'll be noticeable. And it makes sense for this to have the PS2 sound font because it may be like the first song that they made. So there's that, right? I can already hear the rest of it in my head. Where is... Already I can tell from the synth on the, you know. Well, that's different. Sounds like the ending FMV secret movie. This is interesting. I've never actually sat down and heard this, I don't think. Interesting. Wait. The piano, hold up. Piano's doing the same thing where it gets to dance around a little bit. It has a... what do you call that? It has a echo fighter, right? Yeah. Like the world map, it's similar to that actually, huh? It does not have that in this, does it? It's... yeah, what? They fill in little embellishments, but they know that they ain't got that MIDI shit. They can't do the execution. They can't. So they just like make up their own. But that, yeah, then it plays fucking double notes. That's really cool. That has a very cool feeling when you're kind of your brain is being bounced between those two notes in like different channels. I think too. Let me just. Is this different? No, that's normal. Wrong one. Wrong one. Dismiss? Oh yeah, we just covered that with Subsonic. No, we just covered that, and also the most subtly changed one so far was fucking Lord of the Castle. Like it's straight up, it just sounds like it's the exact same instrumentation, just bassier. But yeah. This is actually a huge tangent. I want to save this for its own stream, just like how Bloody Biscuits did the 2.5 versus 2. I want to do my own of that at some point. But this, I'm just in the middle of a tier list about like everything else. But I've decided that I'm going to not include the music tier list because it's just so unfair to KH3. For once, I'm giving KH3 a bone in this. It feels redundant to do. So let's just X out of that one and let's get back to okay, first of all, I've really had to piss for like the past 30 minutes yapping about music. This last one is, what is this last one gonna be before we tally it all up and get the fuck out of here? I might do a part 2 of the tier list because there are a bunch of other ideas that I had, like miscellaneous ones. This has all been culminating into one giga tier list. You guys remember that guy earlier that I was saying like, yeah, you probably shouldn't say that. It's like, you shouldn't say that like you're about to boot up your stream because it's like advertising. Apparently he went live with a black screen and my audio in the background and nothing else. Hold on, I need to investigate this real quick because this is really fucking funny to me. Hold on. Please tell me there's a VOD. Oh no, that's not the case. Okay, maybe that was just the start. Never mind. Maybe that was just the very start of the stream. That's okay. People can be new. Wish them the best. I thought it was just either like that the whole time or still like that. That would have been funny, but whatever. That's just people getting used to things. Let people learn things. Okay, that was just a tangent. Let me look. What was the actual next thing? Story. Oh, fuck yeah. The big one. File tapes. No. I'm just joshing. Just joshing. I'm gonna put on PS2 Rage Awakened while I piss. Hold on. As a prelude to this. That's 2.5. Get the fuck out of here. Where's an extended OG? This'll do. I really like this version. The older I get, the 2.5 version, it makes me think of that K2 trailer too much. All right, I'll be back. Get hyped for the final tier list before we get to tally it all up. Story. It's about to get crazy up in here. I'm back. I just realized two things. One, I forgot to put on my chain today. Now it's too late to put it on this late into the stream. But two things actually. I just remembered on the topic of last closing funny thing about PS2, KH2 OST. I don't know if this was just because he had a fucked up PS2 and or because of like speedrunning, skipping cutscenes really faster than the game could handle, but Bloody Biscuits encountering really funny, like, if anybody's seen Lol What volumes 1 through 30, you'll already know, but in case you don't, let me just immortalize this even more. Yeah, the BGM glitches of the good old days. Was that just his PS2, or did this just happen all the time on everybody's PS2s if they're speedrunning? Like, specifically English, I think, or vanilla.
Candace, did you hear that?
They're corrupted.
Hold.
I wanna get
What is going
this version of the
on?
song, like make this in the MIDI myself. Just like edit it so it always sounds like this, so I have my own rip of like this version. I want to hear this. I want this in my
This
playlist.
is so fucked up. No. Oh no. It's definitely not supposed to be like this.
Yoko's a fraud. This is actually Ishimoto's doing. He's the synthesizer operator after all, so you can blame it on him
Oh yeah.
for the game not being able to handle it. There's more too. Let me like
Sure.
classic.
Actually allowed.
Oh, beep.
What the fuck?
It wasn't this one. It wasn't that one either. Yeah, this is a really good example of it too. I want to do a 2013 style stream where it's
I'm
like
really
this kind of
focused on
quality
this,
and
on
presentation.
this
That'd be
game
fun.
right now. Yeah.
Burn ring. DM glitches back in the day. Oh hell yeah! Let me peep that real quick. Oh, there you got like the whole. Hold up, you got the whole song. Oh shit. That goes hard. What the fuck? That's like an EDM song sound. El Sonadito? That goes really hard. What about the other one? The Corrupted. The Corrupted song. Club mix. Beep. Beep. Yeah, you can link the these in the directly in the chat, by the way, Sonic, if you want to link them to the fellows in here. Beep. Dee 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 dee. Ring ring. That's really funny. Okay, let me get off this music tangent. We've been on it for at least an hour and a half, I think. That was fun though. That's definitely a stream I'll be doing. And I guess one last little thing that I thought of that I wanted to show off that I had been working on the last couple days that's finally done is I did another nice little computer build. Back here, you can't see it, there's a green screen, but back here behind this wall, right? I have like that bed, I separated it off so it's like a separated bedroom office sort of deal. And I used to run a laptop, which is like a bed laptop, bed gaming, bed whatever the fuck. But I use it so much I was thinking maybe I should have the laptop, retire the laptop, use that as an actual laptop if I ever need to actually use shit on the go. I have a picture here right about here. Yes, let me pull this shit up. This is the sickest shit I ever done with a computer. Yeah, right here. Fucking. Here it is. Right here. Oh my god, it's so high res. Hold on. What the fuck is happening in this photo? Fit the screen, please. This is my new build for like extremely low power operation, sort of like low spec. Like if I want to do any gaming on it, it'll either be shit that can run on like a fucking 2014 laptop or like Steam Link, Steam Remote Play to this actual computer because it's both on Ethernet. This case is the old family computer case I used to play Jedi Academy on back in like 2007 that I've just kept all these years. This is an authentic HP Pavilion 2007 Windows XP built for Windows XP case with a Windows XP Start All Back Windows 11 theme on it. You see that shit? Look at this case. It is rocking an i3-10100F literal minimum spec for Windows 11 with built-in support with no integrated graphics. And it works. The one on the disk trays opens, the other doesn't, but it's not plugged in to actually like work yet. But I've just been using it as like a coaster, a fucking cup holder. When I extend it, I put stuff on it, like my chain. But then I have the Start All Back Windows XP themed start button with a blue, and then a early 2000s CGI looking wallpaper on it right now. I don't want to be a Windows XP dick rider so much to the degree that I just use Bliss. Never used Bliss back in the day. If anything, I'll put Azul on it. That's the one that we had back in the day. The default XP Azul. I might put it on there. Retro bar for the S bar. Retro bar, I used that once or twice on Windows 10. That shit like would crash sometimes. Start All Back is necessary for Windows 11 anyways, so just using that and adding a custom texture for the start button is just way better than fucking retro bar. Retro bar sucks. I've decided. Can you use Start All Back on Windows 10? I have one computer that's not allowed to be Windows 11, which I might still be able to fix, but I have one computer that I want to make all my computers themed after one thing or another. I want my laptop to be Vista themed. This is XP themed. My extra server computer, living room entertainment system, I might make that like 7 themed. Bro has my speakers. That's what I said when I went to your house and you had my speakers. I was like, yeah, bro has my speakers. You got the fucking $20 Pebble ones. The first thing that shows up on Amazon. Nice. But yeah, this is when I fucking am watching like Germa in bed or like fucking playing Night Rain even. I'll literally just remote play it to a computer like this. From the computer that's right here. Literally just wirelessly using the controller that's already connected to here, so no input delay or anything. Found out my CPU is the best and newest possible CPU that isn't supported by Windows 11. I found that there's a batch file thing you can run that like edits the Windows 11 ROM to get rid of those restrictions like right away. I might try that on the computer that isn't allowed to be. It's like an i7 770K that is not allowed to be because safe boot TPM whatever the fuck. But with this build, I just wanted to get the cheapest parts I could get that would just allow me to not have to worry about that shit. But yeah, can it not game by itself? I forgot to say what GPU it has. It has a fucking Intel Arc A380 GPU. Low power draw. Good, I guess, for like... I actually don't even know what it's good for. Encoding Beast. That's what I have in the stream box. Actually, the one that's in this computer was the first one I bought before I realized I needed the low profile bracket version. That also didn't require power in. I actually don't know if it does or not, but I needed the lower profile version because the stream computer that I have is like a smaller profile. It needs to be a low profile bracket, so I just kept that just in case. Yeah, so I have an encoding beast on there, which I guess is good because what it will do is just watch Twitch, YouTube, and fucking remote play games and have just a basic GPU for like fucking Stardew Valley or anything of that core. It'll just run, like, because, yeah, whatever. Anything will run. But yeah, that's the build. I've been doing a lot of PC stuff recently. But yeah, let's get back. Let's finish this shit. Story time. 3 a.m. and we're getting to the story tier list. Let's go. Let me get music going again real quick. Just shuffle anything. I should make a playlist of like my favorite KH themes for shit like this, but oh well. I'll think about that for next time. Bitch. Some real music. Okay. This one probably won't take me super long, then we'll have to figure out how to tally up the final results tier list, but, story. I guess I'll go with the obvious ones here. You can't go wrong with KH1's story. It's the most basic, self-contained. You don't have to follow any crazy draconian rules and changes to the story, you know. KH2, you know, it's got its loose ends, but it's also, like, I'm honestly tempted to put it in S just because any loose ends or added complications to this story get balanced out by how anime it is and how sick the Roxas opening is. You know what? I'm gonna be that guy. I've been kind of like, this is kind of how I treat the games in my head anyways. Here's another inflammatory thing that I can say about the KH games with my whole chest. This is the original trilogy right here. Yeah, that's right. I'm bringing Star Wars tier elitism about the first 3 games. It's the original trilogy. It just, I will not apologize for that. It's just truth nuke. In fact, I would go as far as to say, if you're showing somebody Kingdom Hearts for the first time, you just show them these 3, and then say, like, yep, the rest is up to you if you want to get into those or you don't gaff. Just these. Not even Days. Days kind of muddles some things a little bit, and also Shion is kind of overrated. Maybe. Maybe? I just don't... Actually, you know what? No. Shion is cool. Shion's really cool. It's just what I kind of go back and forth on about Shion is how, like... It kind of makes KH2 a little weird when it's like Naminé is presented as the OTP, and then you play Days and Shion is just that much better, like chemistry-wise. It's just the fact that they had to write her out is a little weird to me, but also at the same time, Days occurs during the it occurs during like the memory arc between 1 and 2, so it kind of works. It's just I've always felt a little weird about how they had to just like make everybody forget about her. Who the fuck is that? KH fans from 2014 to 2019 perceiving Shion, and the first joke they make is just, who the fuck is that? Every KH fan was just dokes in regards to Shion. But it's still a solid story. It's just a little... I'll come back to that. BBS, this is very much the episode 3. Like they intentionally just did their own episode 3 with this game, and then all of the same troubles of episode 3 follow it. You keep your YouTube VODs up? Yep. Maybe not like the raw stream of what I do on here, but this is getting re-uploaded as a proper upload. I might trim the MF parts out of it a little bit just so it's just a tier list. I kind of spent a lot longer on that and this than I thought I was going to be honest. I say B. I do like a lot of the ways that this kind of ties some things together and adds some context for certain things, like I don't like Ventus. Let's just start with there. But at the same time, it feels kind of necessary because, like Roxas didn't just pull that appearance out of nowhere, you know? They could have easily just explained it that way, but Ventus being this sort of, like... They actually kind of wrote Ventus in a cool way because of... And they actually started to actually use stuff with it with a fucking phone game of all things, on how, like, Ventus was just sort of, like, pulled into the future with no memories, and his darkness just separated from him. And also, yeah, Vanitas being evil Sora, that shit's still cool to me. It's still very cool to me. Vanitas is one of my favorite parts of BBS. I actually really like BBS. Fuck it. Is this a shock to anyone? I don't think it's a shock to anyone. BBS is really, like... I think it's tight. It's just obviously not as solid, so it doesn't even get to be 1 under the tier. It's B, but it's not bad. Evil Haley is peak. It really is. And his theme. Let's just get that out of the way. There are some things, though, that people really dislike about this game that I don't dislike as much. Like, this is the game that had the unfortunate burden of announcing that nobodies do have hearts after all, which a lot of people think of that as an ass pull or a, you know, a lot of the problems with this game are things that were inevitable that had to be done that just ended up being on this one where it occurred. But like the whole like, oh, this is the game where they, I don't think of it as a retcon when they say that nobodies were developing hearts after all, because fucking Demyx is onto that shit in KH2. And like Axel as well, I was watching him die the other day. And like he's like being sarcastic, he's like, not that nobodies have hearts, right? You know, there's like this kind of intentional sort of, they were setting that up the whole time, I think, even from KH2. I've heard of a lot of old heads that have kind of just ribbed the fuck out of this game for being the one that says it, but yeah, it's so blatant, to me at least. So that's not, that made me pull it out of F and into D, but there's just obviously a whole lot about this game. This game is responsible for this. Because KH3 overall was so very obligated, especially as a result of this game, to be the game that wraps up the mobile tier, in the mobile phase of the Dark Seeker saga. Because the way I see it is, in Kingdom Hearts, there's the original trilogy. There's kind of an in-between state with these games. I'll put that there. There's an in-between state with these games, and then this fucking game. Well, what is actually explicitly bad about Recoded's story? The fact that nothing happens? Because really all this game culminates in is, oh yeah, that's why Mickey sent the letter. What's wrong with that? There's just not much. Yeah, Zigbar also kind of spilled the deets on Keyblade War related shit. He was like, he always gave me the same look. And at first you're like, oh, he's talking about Roxas, but then later on it's like, oh, he's talking about Ventus. No, you don't even need to perceive this game in any capacity. This is straight up the most skippable. But at the same time, does that mean it's bad? I mean, relative to some of the other... You know what? Let's go cut it right in the middle, right? Ish. It's not bad, it's just nothing happens. It's not bad, it's just nothing fucking happens, nothing of value. And then, yeah, they added that cutscene, but that... whatever. This is 0.2? What does 0.2 do, really, story-wise? Oh, they do things that people are kind of not a fan of, isn't it? Like, Mickey shirt. It's got Mickey shirt, it has that weird sort of scene, just like watching Riku, watching like Unreal Engine asset faceless Riku just kind of like run awkwardly in the background. But it's also not... It's cool that it kind of gives context to what happens on the other side of the door. Maybe some old heads are like, oh, you're not supposed to see that. Mickey Mouse's reveal is supposed to be so swag, but at the same time, you gotta realize, you're talking about fucking Mickey Mouse, bro. Get a grip. You know, it basically is BBS. It's basically the same, BBS-wise. Don't some people think that this game ruined blank points or some stupid shit? What's the thing that it's like, oh, that ruined blank points? Isn't there something that, like, people cite as like, oh, that fucked up how cool blank points is? Oh yeah, somebody's literally saying right now, it dilutes the impact of blank points. How so? I'm curious. Aqua knowing about Sora and Riku. Oh yeah, because like, Mickey's like, oh yeah, Sora and Riku. And then blank points is like, that's a big reveal. I think what makes it more meaningful is that that's when she like knows that they're the ones that like saved everything. I don't know. Yeah, I do see how that factors in. What does story mean to you? Lore, dialogue included. This isn't an attack. I'm genuinely curious. You know, actually, I didn't really think too much about my criteria either. I'm glad you asked. Because I kind of am just doing this off of like what I already feel, but I haven't explained what I'm feeling. One of the biggest things I'm going off of is the containedness, the satisfaction of start to finish, the feeling of that. After KH2, they went into a tangent of games that culminated in DDD, where they just dug everything back up that was already like settled in a satisfying way, and then KH3 ended up being the game that was like, instead of KH3 diving into new territory, KH3 then becomes, oh, everybody's alive again. All these antagonists that had their cinematic like deaths in 1 and 2 and everything, they're all back. They're all back, and we're gonna wrap up the story, even though we just unwrapped up the story with this fucking game right here, you know. KH3, growing up, I always imagined that this game would take a new step. Like, this would be KH4. That's why I'm excited for KH4, is that it's explicitly, like, I actually know for a fact this time that it's the Lost Masters arc. And when I was younger, I always imagined that, like, it would just, this would be what that is before I kind of caught back up on everything. You know, that's actually the heart and soul of why everybody, all the old heads that got resurrected into the series again after they, like, the last one they played was 2 in maybe days, you know? That's why the primary opinion of KH3 is negative, is because they get back into the series and then they're playing this game where everybody is back, and also all these new people are having their plots resolved. But not only, this is also stings for veterans too, that did catch up, because it's like, I guess BBS cast definitely needed to have time dedicated to them getting brought back days. Shion, you could have made a case for staying dead. If Roxas especially, maybe not Roxas. Yeah, Xehanort plot could have ended with KH2 and like having Xemnas' defeat be like the final like nail in Xehanort's plan, but then they just kind of like brought everything back. They dredged it all back up in a way that was very ass-pulley, and that's what DDD represents. Like, oh, I've planned for every contingency, including one half of myself transplanted into another person with amnesia. I planned for that, and that's just like, that's literally basically what they say. I planned for every contingency. Like, come on, man. No, you fucking did not. Are you counting the mind-numbing garbage Disney World's income? Well, I mean, that game has to have filler. That's not, that doesn't factor into the story debuff for me. I'm just more so, in fact, that doesn't really even factor into any of this, to be honest. I'm thinking almost entirely about original plots. Like, I'm not even thinking about, like, Disney World's in this list, to be honest, in any of these games. Except for KH1. That's why KH1 gets to be, like, lead S tier, is that it's, like, it synchronizes with that very well, too. I'm almost tempted to have KH1 be the only one in S, and then Calm, KH2, and Days be in A, but also, you know, actually, I put all three of these in here in a rush where I was like, yeah, this is the original trilogy, but if I'm being real, KH1 is the most, it has like the most clean hero's journey plot template. Like, you guys know the hero's journey, right? The basic, every fucking story more or less is just like a riff on that, you know? If they get recompleted after Nobody and Heartless die, why doesn't Xehanort keep going for it? Yeah, exactly. It's just like so many, they open so many worms that just like nullifies the rest of the plot in such an annoying way, and that's what these two represent. Yeah, like the biggest thing people say about KH1, this is like the classic thing, is citing the cutscene where they're all standing around the table, you know? And that, gassing up that cutscene makes people so fucking mad. If they like suck the rest of the franchise's dick, they're like, I've seen people complain about like, oh, you could tell me all day long about the cutscene where they're standing around the table. They just can't argue against it. They can't compete. You know? You know, hold on. There we go. Well, you know what? Actually, fucking, yeah, sure, KH1 has that aspect to it, but like, the Disney villains don't need to be the primary presence in these games for them to also be S tier. KH1, sure. I'm just thinking about how this is all gonna calculate in the end, where I feel like I do want KH1 to kind of have that extra buff in the calculation at the end, but you know, this is my personal opinion that it's all solid. Any sloppiness introduced by 2 is made up for double by how fucking cool it is. Just fuck you. I'm talking to myself. Is this GBA com or recom? I guess it doesn't matter, but let me just do that. Yeah, okay. Tiny ass font. And all the rest of this is shit that... I wish I still need to do the cutscene watching stream of this, because it's like the one and only time that where this would be relevant to include, but for me right now, this doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. New category S+. Nah, this'll do. This is the last one. Now we get to add it all. Let me just make sure I'm solid about everything else that's in this list. K-Street does a lot of things that pisses me off, that's for sure. Like Sora almost immediately forgiving Xehanort after Kairi is still fucking dead. And there's so many things, so many obvious things that they could have done too, like right after Kairi shatters like a vase, Roxas should have walked up to Sora and had a little word with him that says, he says like, listen man, this belongs to you, take this and ram it up Xehanort's ass. Oathkeeper charm. Cutscene ends, ring! Oathkeeper in your fucking inventory, right? When does K-Street ever have moments like that, like meta fucking Metamucil, right? Meta fucking gaming moments where it's like cutscene ends, bam, Oblivion, right? Sorry, that was really loud, but like, where is that? You know how KH2 has like, you know, you have the cutscene where you go after Sandalot, you go up and you have like that little flash to Roxas. You're holding up the thing. You get to finally see Roxas for the first time in a while. Bam! Oathkeeper and a Final Mix limit form. You see that after the cutscene, and it ties back into the gameplay instead of taking itself so fucking seriously like it's a movie that sucks. And it's like, oh shit, the gameplay. Oh shit, I just got Oathkeeper and a limit form after this important cutscene. Where is that? Why the fuck does Roxas not just like give him, hey man, this Kairi gave you this. You know, and I have it, inexplicably, I have my own version of it, you know. But like, yeah, Kairi gave you this promise charm, and then Sora just like pops it on his keyblade like they have never ever showed is actually switching the fucking keychain ever. And then you get to use Oathkeeper in the final boss. Like, where the fuck is that? There's so many things, and like, call this like an expectation of mine, just like waiting for that game for years. But like, it's one thing to have those expectations and like have them not be a thing that comes out and it's like, okay, well that they didn't do that. But there's just so many things in general that they didn't even do that like was unexpected. And then don't even get me started, the experience of watching those trailers as the game was coming out. Like, there are a lot of people that, like, defend KH3 and be like, oh, you just had high expectations, predestined expectations going into it, and that's like, did you watch the same fucking trailers that I did? Did you see how much they gassed up fucking Dark Aqua just for it to be wrapped up in 3 minutes? And then 2 minutes later, Ventus is fucking awake? Man, no Castle Oblivion, no fucking Realm of Darkness stage. I wanted to watch the cutscene, but I instinctively skipped it because I was excited for Limit Form. It was crazy playing FM the first time and getting Limit Form there, and I was like, holy shit, what? Limit Form? Dude, I'm remembering what it was like to play FM for the first time and suddenly have a drive form you can use when you're alone. Game changing. And for it to be KH1 limits, dude, fucking Final Mix, dude, 2FM. KH1 Final Mix is a lot of cool additions and a lot of shitty tweaks and boss changes. Woke Sephiroth plus a Leaf Bracer compared to International, where it's like no random 7-hit breakout plus no stand there and heal for free without getting hit. But then Final Mix, too, Final Mix. Name a single thing that KH2 did better. And the only thing I can think of is leveling up Valor Form with the fucking skateboard. That's the one and only thing. You should make a mod that combines the best of both. We are looking into it. Already. We're actually looking into it. I wanna... Me and Rundus have been labbing that out. I want to do two things with that, actually. Best of both games, plus a critical mode of sorts. and I've been trying to figure out how that would be best balanced. Maybe like a 75%, like a 25% EXP nerf, so you don't get EXP as easily. Plus, you start with 4 power-ups, 16 AP ups, and the HP cut, I think. Final mix brought back Sora clearing health bars with 1 hit. Did it? From 1J? Or are you saying that's what I should do? That'd be cool too. Wasn't 2FM of crit? Did I say 2FM? I meant 1. Add crit to 1. Oh, I've been talking about KH1 this whole time, not 2. Oh, Zentetsuken. Yo, yeah, you're right. Zentetsuken on a Behemoth. I just saw that get permitted live. Oh yeah, KH1 does have ISG, but you have to get hit by invisibles like 30 fucking times. Anyways, the tier list is finally done. Now I need to figure out... So I have 5. I was originally gonna have 6, but I have 5 tiers to this, layers to this, right? Right now it is gameplay, on like the Sora input side of things, mob fights, boss fights, worlds, and or like platforming, because platforming I see as a main tenet of Kingdom Hearts that has always been kind of shucked to the side, at least in KH2 specifically. And story. Need help with that? Yeah, we could use somebody more adept at programming to kind of mix and match Final Mix on PC to have... Like, the big one would be like 2 MPRs, 3 MP strike rate from 1J. You rank Dearly Beloveds. I'm gonna do a part 2 to this stream when I can start the stream a bit earlier and do a lot more miscellaneous shit, but today the big focus was creating the combination overall tier list. Okay, so now I need to figure out, because we were thinking earlier, S tier gives you 6 points, F tier gives you 1 point, and like everything in between, add an average. Yeah, but how do I round? How do I do the rounding? If something's like 5.5, what the fuck does it end up? I can do that easily. We'll see. I think that we kind of want to make this something of a personal project too, just so we can learn instead of always have to rely on people. But we'll see. Well, let's just see what numbers we get here and then... For round down, round up. We'll see what the numbers end up being. Add up the scores. Like a letter, like SA, fucking like spell out some shit like DMC. Left to right. Oh yeah, you know, I guess I could have that be where left to right gets factored in. That will be good actually when things are in multiple tiers. Yeah. Okay, so this might take some time. I guess I'll like do it game by game, see where it all ends up. So like, let's say like Cage. Oh, while you're a full screen calculator, can I pin this? Can I pin the generic calculator to the top? Keep on top. Okay. All right. So KH1 6 plus 5 plus 5 plus. Damn, KH1 is just probably the best, huh? This is lining up with my actual opinion. Alright, well, that got 28. Okay, so KH1 is a 28. And then divide by 5. 5.6. So that's probably... That's most likely going to be the highest. Which I honestly agree with. Like, you've seen how many more 1 randos I've done than 2 in the past year. Right? Alright, now let's go in order of these games. So let me scope out where GBA, or COM, just in general, is on all these. So B is a 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 2 plus 6. 20. Divided by 5, we already know what that is, but I'll just 4. Ooh, 4. Jeesh. It's actually kind of lining up in the tier list. That's a flat B. Is it a B? Yeah, it's B, because this is 6, 5, 4. That's like low 4. If anything else is higher than 4, this will be at the very right. Alright, Cage 2. 5. I just realized, yeah, I put Cage 2 lower than Cage 1 in gameplay. Isn't that interesting? I think the big thing about it was that, like, at least Cage 2 unmodded, unrandomized. Like, yeah, it's great in the end game, better than 1, but 1 is more solid overall, the experience. That's why it's not S tier, right? Mob fights, yeah. Even in mid-game, it's still way cooler. Boss fights, yep. Here we are, and this the only time it gets slighted, it gets a 3 in this department. And then another at 26. 5.2, so under, it is under Cage 2 ever so slightly. Do you guys remember 4.1 is A? No? A is... wait a minute. I was about to say A is 5 and up, but then I realized, like... 5 plus is S. This was originally 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But I guess... yeah, I guess that makes sense too. We'll just stick to the... yeah, I'll just stick to that. So this would be A, wouldn't it? If this is a flat 4 though, not 4.1, it was 4. Or would that be B because it's flat 4? Why can't it be like... why does it have to be 5.1 to be S? Why can't it just be 5 flat? Why can't S be 5 to 6, A be 4 to... well, 4 to 4.9 and not... I'd rather do it in a way where it's like... clear like that, right? 4 to 4.9 and not like 4.1 to 5. That feels easier to round in my head. But it ended up being flat 4, so I guess it's staying there. Alright, now it's time for days. This will be funny. 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3. Ooh, getting up there. Plus 5. Oh. 2.6. So this is the 1s, this is the 2s. So wouldn't it be that? Or to be C? This is the part that I needed help with, essentially. I'd say C. Personally, this is math. There's math up in here. I guess that could be another way to split it. It's just even simpler, just down the middle. If it's 2.5 or higher, then it's... F should be 0. There's no 0. Nothing can be 0. Or I guess overall... well, okay, we're committing. Let's just say... D mathematically. Consider by H1 the first time. Ain't no way. Okay, next round up from 0.5. That is what I was thinking, to be honest. Yeah, this kind of more appropriately lines up with my opinion about it anyways. Maybe I'll subjectively round, because it is my tier list after all. It was close enough like that on the margins, I'll just subjectively round up. Oh, this makes sense. 0 to... less than 1 is F. 1 to almost 2 is D. 2 to almost 3 is C. Okay, good, that actually does line up with 5 plus is S. Okay, I'll go off of that, that makes sense. I just needed it all laid out like that in a way that made sense. Or that I agreed with, rather. Alright, next game is BBS. 3 plus 3 plus. Four plus 4 plus 4. 3.6. So that's another C tier. I just need to remember that would be above days, because days is actually a 2.6. It should actually go down, shouldn't it? Yeah. Stick to the legend. Okay. I gotta spend like virtually 4 hours or so kind of being meticulous about this in a way where it probably would have ended up being the same spread anyways if I had just done it straight on this for like 30 minutes. But I do like that this process has led to a lot of interesting conversations, so that's why I wanted to do it in this neurotic way. That way I would never have to kind of flub on it or go back and forth. I'd be forced to lock in whatever it ended up being across all 5 categories. 3.6 is B by the scale. Oh, thanks. What the hell was recom then? Does anybody remember what number this was? Fuck. No subjective rounding, I've decided. Going back into walking into... This was lower, wasn't it? Recom was flat 4. Oh, okay, so that's B. Then this is C, because this is 3.6. Why did I put that up? Oops. What the fuck did Jotaro say? What are you saying? Do you see what's pinned in the chat right now? Wait a minute, am I reading it wrong? Why is the letter before the number? Why is the letter after the number? Not before. Why is it just... Hold on. F equals 0. Yeah, it's just not formatted in the way that was reasonable for the dick-shaped eye. It was formatted by a dick-shaped brain user. Okay. Okay, I don't even need to type it in chat. I get it now. Yeah, catering includes Remind. I'm not separating it. It's part of the product. That means Remind gets dragged down into hell with the rest of the game. Bitch. Okay, so... Flat 4 is A. Yeah, that lines up actually. Could you retype that in a way that doesn't suck ass real quick? I was about to do that, but I ain't got time for that. Do it like letter equals range colon semicolon, and then I'll pin that, and then I'll continue. Because I'm like so frenzied by that. What are we doing? We're making the tier list. We're almost done. It's just done in an extremely convoluted way, just like the story. You hear that, Twitter? Convoluted, floaty. Bottom 2 get shifted up by 1. Do they? Thank you, Sonic. Okay, now we're back in business. The cool thing is, so far, this is lined up with what I would have just winged it, you know? I just wanted to make 100% sure that it all factored in mathematically, you know? Okay, so the next one, I just did, I'm doing them in order, so we just did BBS, now it's time for coded. Oh boy. Coded sweep? 3.8. God damn. Yeah, this will be posted, so everything I do gets, most of everything I do gets posted. It's a high B. Do I really feel that strongly about Recoded, though? Yeah, I do. It's just a little bit hypothetical because my opinion on the game is swayed more so by what it could be if it weren't for the fucking DS. So I'm giving it a bit of grace. Actually, no, yeah, I do feel that strongly about it. This BBS has some high highs for me. Yo, anonymous gift sub to Sonic. Thank you. Okay. I should do an SMT tier list as well. I just feel like I need to play more of them to have a more thorough opinion. I guess I could do a tier list of what I have played, though. I'll do another tier list stream that'll be KH and SMT. Miscellaneous KH and like main SMT, but not done this neurotically. I wouldn't do it like this for SMT. I wouldn't have to. I just felt like doing it like this so that there would be no ambiguity. Even though I've made like the most ambiguous scaling system. No, we got it figured out now. You just had to lock it in. Okay, so recoded. Now it's up to drop distance. You know, that's what they call it. Damn drop distance, where do you find this? I probably should have started this stream way earlier, but I say that about every stream I do, so. Ah, well. Holy shit, we're at the lowest score. 1.8. Yeah, that's a lowest D, if I've ever seen one. Seems about right. No, 0.2. We're almost done here, though, at least. Nice, another flat 4. That goes like right next to BBS, doesn't it? Or, that goes next to this, right? Yeah, that goes right next to... It's like tied with Recom to me. Nice. That works. I do feel that way about it in general, so that lines up. Everything is lining up where exactly where I would have just put it in like 2 seconds. Which is the funniest thing about this being like a 4-hour process right now. It's just I'm glad that it has a methodology behind it. Okay. Now, the last one, the big KH3, right? Or am I missing one? Yeah, now it's just, your old pal of a sort. You got your dicks ready? You got your dicks in hard? Are they, is it in your hand? Is it salivating? I know mine is. Wait a minute. You ready? Oh! 2.4. That's a C. That's appropriate. That's low C tier. That's exactly where I would have put it. Yep, that's it, isn't it? That's it right there, isn't it? There's so much like wasted space. It's so funny. Yeah, D. Makes sense. It's funny. I spent like 4 hours making this in a meticulous way, and this is like exactly how I would have allotted it. But I'm glad that there's a methodology behind it. Because, like, when you think about... I guess I could have done another tier for replayability, but I think it would have all ended up being kind of the same anyways. Because this is also how I feel about replayability of the games, too. Except maybe I wouldn't replay COM that much. I'd probably replay BBS more than COM. And Recoded more than 0.2, but, you know, otherwise, this is, like, the overall... KH3 bad, KH2 good moment. Yeah, 4 hours for the same punchline, huh? I know exactly what to do for the thumbnail too. We're gonna make the thumbnail right now. Mob fights. I'm making the thumbnail right now with this one. I thought of a really funny idea. If we're gonna be making a thumbnail live like this, I gotta pull all the stops. Give me a minute. We're making a thumbnail with me in it. Right, so let me just, you know, get my little, get the chat on screen first. Why not? You know, I got a little blemishes, better than historical, but you know, still some in some key spots on it. I'll never do PogChamp in a thumbnail, except for that one time I did, but it was warranted because it was straight up from the video itself that had the PogChamp in it when I accidentally turned on my camera. I don't do PogChamp photo shoots. I'd rather sell my soul to someone funny. Not Satan. We're in cahoots already. That's probably like an AI version of this. I don't even need to do this physically for like 2 seconds before I wash it off after stream. I guess I don't have to worry about blending it too much though, because on the camera it's like, yeah, whatever. You're showing your dick? Whoa. Kingdom Hearts. Magnified. That's kind of cool. It's like when the Fincher Cam in KH2 snags like a reflect or a Sephiroth teleport. Or like when you die and like the game's visuals get distorted within that zoom that you get to suspend and see for an extended period of time. So I didn't need this after all. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, right? This thumbnail, I don't know if I'll end up using this, but I'll at least have a good idea on hand already. Let me just make sure my green screen is a little fuzzy. I might as well lock it in just for this alone. Not quite like that. Not that much fun. I honestly think I had it better before. Yeah, this will do. Oh, I need to grab my chain first. forgot to wear it all stream and I realized it like 5 hours in. Man. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm framed just along this ridge, you know, like fucking... Are you allowed to have middle finger and thumbnail on YouTube? Is that legal? What if I just say like... I highly doubt it. Highly doubt if it's illegal or illegal. This would be more questionable than a middle finger, wouldn't it? If you somehow had this finger up. It's like my finger's not even flexible enough to do that. Blur it? Yeah, that's always an option, I guess. Or what if I... What do you click on this? Is anyone else able to do this? This is something that I always do this to people in real life. They laugh, they try to do it, and then they realize they can't do it. This maneuver right here with the nose. Can you do that? Flaring my nostrils is more than that. It's lowering the whole thing. Is that what flaring the nostrils is? I thought that was flaring the nostrils. I'm just like making random poses so when I frame advance this later I'll have a bunch of options. Yes, well, let me get the obligatory one out of the way as a joke. I wouldn't ever use this, but let me just like... See, this is fucked up. This is what YouTubers do in their spare time. Like, psychopaths, just alone in their room. Like... You know, like, I would sooner kill myself than do that as anything but a bit, let alone use it. I should do a green screen stream, like Germa. That might be funny one day. I mean, I have one. Let me just... I'm just like snapping quick poses for thumbnails. Dude, this is what they do. It's fucked. 6 months? Now this one, if I saw this thumbnail on YouTube, I would like be so mad immediately. That one would piss me off the most. Maybe I should use the one that pisses me off the most personally for the main channel. If I ever do actually get this cut into a video. Also, what am I clicked in? I just ruined the whole thing because I've been clicked in on C the whole time. Nice. Now I gotta redo everything real quick. And me personally, instead of my first thought, like unironic use, would just be a middle finger. Specifically because of the Cage 3 inclusion. You should look as unamused as possible. That's a good idea. Finger face? How do I do that face? I'd have to be bald to do that. let me grab. Hold on. Let me see if I can do a vape. Oh, I have a no nick for this purpose. That was a good one. Hold on. I can only do it once by accident. Point your middle finger at the Cage Tree logo directly. What if it was just this? Turn around. Oh, like this? I don't know why I didn't think of that. I'm trying to do Dark Souls gifts now. How do they do it? Hold on. This is also something I want to do for my own use on with the green screen, is redo all the Dark Souls 1 emotes and then use them on this channel in some stupid ass way once or twice. Spend a whole day doing a bit that I'll only use once, you know. Something like that. Can you believe this guy? You got a well in this guy. Okay, this one's actually unironically good. What the hell? I'm really good at shit that annoys me. Alright, I think we got more than enough. I think I just started to enjoy that, which is dangerous. But I think we're done here. Listen, if you talk shit about enough of those thumbnails in your life, then you just kind of know what to do. Unfortunately. You know. I just entered and sees 3D at a lower tier than recoded. Why? That's why. Think about it. Damn, it's almost 4 AM. Yeah, I really should hop on out here. I definitely shouldn't have spent 2 hours on MF at the very start of the stream, but I had to get it out of my system. It got my brain going. Yeah, time to walk out. Oh wait, one more thumbnail actually. One that I would actually want to use, personally. Something like that. That's the universal sign to walk in. I do that in real life. When I need to, like, activate. And that's also what I do when I'm in the Japanese supermarket and I say thanks to the employees. I'm like, thanks. That happened once. I didn't even think about it. It wasn't on purpose. Thanks. They're eyewitnesses to this stupid ass story. You probably can't even hear me. That's probably for the best for what I'm saying. But yeah, that's it for me. That was a good one. I might separate bro about to cast Tornado Is that like Tron's version of wind magic? That was fun. I might do something about the MF section. I might cut that out of the main VOD, or I'll just upload the whole thing and then make an edit out of this, because this was a good session. We went down a lot of good tangents. No, don't apologize for the typo. I think it's funny. You give me extra comedy out of nowhere whenever people give typos. But anyways, that's it. Let me see what's shaking, if anybody is live at this fucked up hour. Why not? T-Pain has been 3D printing for 15 hours. What the fuck is he 3D? What is T-Pain 3D printing? Oh, he's also asleep. That's really funny. Nobody's really alive. I'll catch y'all on... Oh fuck, I have to wake up in time to stream the Gamescom so I can not see KH4. I have to stream it just so I can see them not show off KH4. I have to, and it's 4 AM and I'm not... I guess I am getting tired, but fuck. Jeff Keighley, you better blow my fucking nuts clean off the roof of this ceiling. You better. Have a good night. I will be clocking in for no KH4. It'll be funny. Taking melatonin. How long have I been muted for? I did not press that button, I don't think. 20 seconds ago? Oh, I was just saying shit I've already said before. I'll post the picture of this on Twitter once the VOD is up, just so it's up at the same time. I did not press anything. Did you see me do this with my arm? I did not. Maybe I did. I don't know. I need to get the fuck out of here. It's tired. It's tired. It's tired. See ya.